I don't know.
You know, that plans were for building, right?
Yes. Yes.
Complete building.
Yes.
You.
There you go, sir.
Probably not.
Okay. Okay, so which remote HDMI do you have? I'm wondering if you can do this. I don't know. I wanna say that's. Oh. Yeah, but it's not, well, it's not even popping up over here, so it's like.
Did I do something wrong? Cause I have this one.
No, that's right. I know, but let's make sure it's plugged into something down here.
Oh, wait a minute, I didn't have it plugged in all the way.
Oh.
That's gonna work.
Yeah. There we go, okay.
Oh, God. How do I get that off of there?
What? Is it plugged in here? Oh,
There. Now, how do I watch that?
you gotta do it all the way so I can open.
Oh, there you go, Jim.
Well, no, let me just be, okay, here. No, use your mouse and you gotta look up here. You're over there.
There.
And then.
And there.
Okay, wait, hold on, I wanna change the camera from, this on her.
Have somebody on the phone?
Okay, here, I'll just turn it off for now. Well, because I have to get it switched to use the. Okay, so audio, speaker. Integrated camera, I need to change that. Here.
That should be my key person.
There you go. Got it, okay.
So now what we can talk about with that? Yep.
Do you want it just to show up on, you want your computer screen to be the same as this? Or I suppose you can't. Otherwise you can pull out that other computer.
Now this is Teams. So I go back down here and check this. It's not back there. No.
Okay, well, it's 3 PM, so I will call the December Finance Committee meeting to order. Any public comment? If not, so we will move on. We have the approval of the minutes of the November 16th meeting. A motion by Tony to approve minutes, is there a second? Second. Second by Phil. Any questions, comments on the minutes? If not, all those in favor of approving signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Motion carries, minutes are approved. To discussion, possible motion, number one, is the cancellation of department credit cards for misuse.
Can we, go to number 12.
12?
Yes. We have a presentation
Okay,
for
public
Kobe.
records software presentation, so, okay.
Hi, John, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Notice how the sound comes in so nice on this?
so what we did is we did something totally different. This is a different program. That might be helping. So they're gonna be switching. Okay, okay, so this is John Lee. He is from,
Oh, I got three of me now. This is great.
okay, is it Granica, right? Granicus?
Granicus, yes.
And, so this is on, different software for, open records requests. So I contacted 3 different companies and I talked to John and he agreed to give a presentation on this today, so, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
I think you're cutting in and out just a bit.
Go ahead.
All right, so hello everybody. Like she said, I'm John Lee, so nice to meet everybody here today. Connie and I had this presentation, I believe, last week, and she loved everything that we thought, so wanted me to present to you folks, and really appreciate your time here today. What I wanted to start off with doing for you folks is showing a few examples of some of the Wisconsin folks that we have using our tools here today. And then once I go through those examples, we'll just jump right into what it would look like for a citizen to go onto your website, see that front-facing portal, and actually submit a request. And then after we submit that request, we'll jump into the back end and show you folks what it'll look like for you to actually work on that request, like vetting out the request, gathering documents, invoicing, payments, redactions, all the way to that full release. That sound good for everybody?
Yes.
Sounds good.
All right, perfect. So then let me share my screen here with you folks. And does anybody have any hard stops? Or is everyone good to go to the 4 o'clock here?
Oh, ooh, we're gonna make it as quick as we can.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I always ask here. So I'll keep it super high level. But please interrupt me if anybody has any questions, because I want you folks to get the best out of this and really want you to ask as many questions as you need to here. So let me jump into this and we'll show you these couple quick examples.
Somebody went on to dinner.
So here's a school district, Wauwatosa School District here in Wisconsin. And we sell to cities, counties, and school districts, obviously right here. And everybody sets theirs up a little bit differently here. So we have a tile that they can select to submit a request. We have an archive tile to help fulfill kind of duplication of requests, where you can put those requests onto here to help with transparency, showing citizens that, hey, we're not going to hide things from you folks. It's all right here. And then they can go to My Request Center. This gives them the ability to check their own statuses. This way they're not calling Connie all the time, harassing her, like, where's my request? I had submitted this. And then on the left-hand side, you'll notice some FAQs. One of our main goals here at Granicus GovQA, we want to help your citizens find the information so they don't have to submit that as a request, because we know the best request is none even being submitted. So we can set up some FAQs here for you folks to help deflect citizens where they can find those. And then we'll show you what the Wisconsin DOC looks like. So you can see they just have 2 tiles there. So they're not utilizing other tiles. So a reason why I show examples of other users, we're configuring this specifically for you folks at Rusk County. So our implementation team really wants to make sure that they're mapping your process, and this is set up the way that you folks want this to be set up. Here they have some stuff about, the laws there in public records. Here they're letting people know they got a high volume. So a lot of flexibility we can do. There's their FAQs on the left. And then the last one I want to show is La Crosse Police. La Crosse Police likes using our solution because if you folks, I don't know if the sheriff might be here in the room, but if the deputies have dash cam and body cam, it's very time consuming to have to redact those in software, upload them and download them to different computers and software. And then typically when they get released, there's about 10 to 15 minutes spent to download those onto DVDs or flash drives. So La Crosse Police uses us because we do not have file size limits, and they're able to send all of those out to those citizens and never worry about anything bouncing back on them. All right, so this is what we can build for you folks here, and then if we have any IT folks in the room here, nice part about us here at Granicus GovQA, we implement the whole solution and offer that white glove implementation. Compared to some of the other vendors and competitors out there in the market, they heavily rely on you folks to implement the whole solutions and to also train everybody on it. So like I said, we do full white glove implementation and we do full training for every single user in the system. All that we would need the IT department to do is put a link on the website that says submit a public record request here. When your citizens click that link, it's going to bring them to this page right here. Once they click on submit a request, before I get into there, a super awesome thing that we have is called trending topics. So I know Wisconsin right now, next year, you guys got a presidential election, 3 other elections going on. So it's going to be a big year for you folks. So to help citizens find what they're looking for and not have to filter those requests, you can create an election transparency tile. So what that's going to do, it's going to allow your citizens to sign up and follow those election transparencies, that anytime there's new information available, it'll automatically get sent to them through text or email. And same thing with your media. So if there's a huge car pileup and you know that you're getting slammed with those types of requests, you can have the media follow that topic. So it's going to really lower down the volume because people can find what they need and the information will get sent right to them.
A question, so when somebody sets up that we can search for your records request, that wouldn't be available to the public, that would be for your own open records request, right? Or,
Are you talking about this public record archive that I mentioned?
no, you mentioned one, my record center.
Yes.
So what exactly is that? Is just your personal, if you want to set up a username and a password or something like that, that would just be personally for you, right? Because that would be all over the website.
Correct, yes. So each citizen's gonna have their own username and password to actually log into here. So this will only be available for that citizen. I also know in the state of Wisconsin, do you folks get those anonymous requesters? If they do submit these anonymously, they'll be able to check on, if they go to my request center, I'm logged in right now, so I don't have the option, but there will be another button here that says search by reference number. When I submit this request, if I don't have a username and password, I still get assigned a reference number. So if you were to go to my requests, you'd be able to search with a reference number here. So that way they can still find the information they're looking for. Or if they have an email, they'll just be able to log right in and see every request that they've ever submitted.
So I think what he's asking, John, is if somebody else submits a request and it gets answered, is it archived so everybody can see it?
Nope, that is your choice. You get to decide if they're on the archive or not. So you have full control of that. And there's some agencies where they don't even want that tile available because they would just to choose not have them on the archive. So whatever you folks were looking to have, if you don't want that available to everybody, it can be configured to not even have that available.
But we can do it.
Yes, totally up to you folks. You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Did I answer your question appropriately there?
You did.
Yeah, and then if
Awesome.
you did upload it to the archive for everybody, they would remain anonymous. It wouldn't say who did the open records request. It would just say, here was the request, here was the answer, right?
Yeah, so here's the information they would see within the archive. It has the reference number, the date created, a summary of the request, and then the status of it, if it's completed, if it's assigned, whatever's going on with this. And then all the supporting documentation will be right here. So it's not going to give any customers' names. It's just going to say the information they've requested.
So then if somebody called in with a request instead of going on the portal, we just wouldn't necessarily go through this software.
They can go on the software.
But they wouldn't have to.
No. But I can.
So if somebody calls you on the phone and asks for it through the phone, you're saying?
Yeah, but because it's not
Yeah.
necessary to, do it electronically or in writing, there's really
Yep.
not a necessary format to make it
Correct.
a record request.
So I'll pause for a second, and when you actually log into the backend that you folks would be working on, any phone call, any fax, any mail that would come into you folks, you can go right here to the plus button, and then you can either create them as a customer, because a lot of folks that would submit these things through those ways, they don't know that there's a way they can sign up to get it sent quicker through email. So a lot of folks will actually prefer that you create an account for them, or you can just click on the anonymous customer, and then you can fill out the form that I'm about to show you that a customer would fill out through the online portal. So if I call you on the phone, you can just fill this out, or if I send you a piece of mail, you can upload that mail right in here and create it, so you don't have to track any loose pieces of paper or anything like that. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Perfect, awesome. All right, so I'm gonna go back to our main page here on the home page. I'm gonna select request. Our solution automatically comes with 2 tiles. We'd have one for the county and we'd have one for the sheriff. So if I were to select the county requests, I have a username and password, so I'm just gonna log in. This form, again, is completely configurable, so we can build out anything that you need us to. So if I were to select an email, it's dynamic, where it's gonna ask different questions. I know clarification is not fun when you gotta clarify what that citizen's looking for, so we can make it where they have to fill these fields out, so that way when you accept it, you know exactly what the person is looking for and can really narrow down that scope based on the fields that we have filled out. And then the other thing that we have here, with La Crosse Police, out of 100% of people who submit a request, 30% of those folks are able to find the information they're looking for with our deflection tool. So if there's finance reports online, policies online, even your agendas online, we would get keywords for you folks, and then we're going to let them know that these contracts are found through your open data portal, so a citizen can click that link. We're going to land them on your webpage where they can find the information. So again, they don't have to submit this as a request, because we're going to help them find the information that they're looking for. Any questions about that part right there?
Has the sheriff seen this so far? We're gonna include it because it's sitting on this eventually.
Do you folks know if the sheriff handles their own crash reports or incident reports, or do they use like Carfax, LexisNexis, or the Wisconsin DOT?
I think they handle it pretty much themselves.
That's something.
That works really well if they were to outsource their crash reports. So as opposed to somebody requesting it, we can say click here to go to Carfax, and then they can land that citizen where they can get their crash report. So then the sheriff won't have to filter that as a request.
Jim.
So a lot of the simple requests that are very, hey, find the information here, you no longer have to really respond to those, because that citizen will get it all right here, and they can just get what they need and move on with the rest of their day.
The sheriff's department uses Spielman in-house for all of their, not only crash reports, but also for their incident reports and investigations.
So right here, we can tell them that the crash reports and incident reports are found through Spielman, and then we can have that link that's going to bring them right to the Spielman website, so then they can find that crash report, and the sheriff doesn't even have to gather it for them. And with the La Crosse Police, like I'm saying, they were able to lower their volume by 30%. So I'm sure you folks wouldn't mind lowering your volumes there by 30%, right? All right. Oh, pretend you didn't see that. I wasn't supposed to click just yet. If you move down here, going through our record center, this is where you get to utilize the no file size limitation. So if Connie has to put together 1,000 email requests, or the sheriff's got to put together those dash cam, body cam, that's where they get to utilize no file size limitation. If I'm asking something specific from the sheriff and need to verify that I'm the person involved in a crash, or maybe from Connie, if I'm asking for, water shutoffs in a specific area, I can upload a map to let her know the exact area that I need to. But once I click submit, that's when our side deflection pop out. So this is kind of another nudge in the shoulder, letting that citizen know, we really think what you're looking for can be found here. So again, we're trying to help them find the information without having to submit that as a request. But they can minimize that, and then once they do click on submit, then they're going to get the confirmation page. So this is an automatic response sent out that Connie or the sheriff no longer has to worry about. And we're going to tailor that and configure it to read the Wisconsin state statutes, letting them know that, hey, we'll have this information out to you in the time allotted, and that way we're all in the state statutes there. There's the reference number if I don't have a username and password. If I do have a username and password, I get both the reference number and it gets sent to my email.
So what's the process to find the information you're looking for after you do the request? Is it going to
Let's check.
direct it back to the county website to find it, or does all this have to be uploaded to your site and scanned in?
Yeah, so all of this would be uploaded into GovQA. You can upload any file type into our system, that does not matter. So now that I've submitted this request, when we log into the system here, I'm just gonna refresh my page so I can pop up those requests. You're gonna notice up top is gonna show every request that's open and currently being worked on. And the nice part about this, you know, we're humans, we take vacation, we get sick, we might have time off. Anybody can come into here and see where that request was left off to then pick it up and go fulfill that. So you'll see if it's either assigned, some of them say, you know, this one's waiting for clarification. So whatever status you leave off in, you can save your progress and then somebody can come in and finish where you had left off. I know that a lot of police and public safeties like our tracking. So green means it just got submitted. Yellow means that it might be in there for 3 days. You know, orange can mean like, hey, this has been here for a while, and red can mean past due. And I know the state of Wisconsin doesn't have an exact time frame. It's kind of like within a reasonable amount of time. So whatever you folks want to set those up as, we'll notify you as each one changes. So this way we don't have to keep checking a spreadsheet and keep worrying about where they're at. Our system does it automatically for you. Down on the bottom here, you have a dashboard that can give oversight. So if the sheriff doesn't involve requests, or maybe Connie wants oversight, this is going to show what each department is working on. So that way we're not physically involved, but we at least know that these requests are getting taken care of. So in order to work on that request, I'm going to click right here on the reference number, and that's going to get me into the main page. So if I was Jordan Love there of the Packers, this is my playbook of this request. It's going to have the department I got to get this information from. It's going to have the, you know, a document that I need to find. It's going to have the reference number, created date, everything that I need to know is right here. And duplicate requests. We house and hose everything in the Microsoft Azure cloud. So I can click on show similar, and it's going to bring up every request that looks to be similar to what that citizen's asking for. If you click here on the link, it's going to link it to that request. So you don't have to go regather everything. You can just link those together and then send that off to that requester, because redactions are still the same and it's very consistent and a big time saver. And I think, Connie, the first time that we met, you do deal with some duplications, correct?
Yes.
Does anybody else there in the meeting room have any duplications of requests, or?
So if somebody requested something that was a duplicate request, then they could potentially save themselves some money. Let's say something, whatever, took some time, or there was a fee attached to the original request. The second person requesting, getting the information's already there, might save themselves a couple dollars because there'd be no time into it, right? The work's already done.
Correct, yes. Very good point, you got it. All right, so we can just, what was there, another question?
No.
Okay, great. So in this situation, and Connie, I forget and I apologize, are you folks decentralized, that the departments handle the requests themselves, or are they all centralized to you and then you're having to ask those departments to help you gather documents?
Both.
Okay, awesome. So if this is something that I have to reach out to finance and ask for this RP 1234, I no longer have to use my Rusk County email address, which is going to create more public records. I can send an activity through the system asking for that document to upload. So I'm going to select my good old friend Augie Myers that I have here. And let's say this citizen's asking for, you know, finance reports and water shutoffs and like different departments. You can have as many folks on here as you need. So you can get anybody involved that you wanted to. You can send a message, like a summary of what we need from everybody, and then you can set a reminder. So if you want this by a specific time, you can set that reminder. And then when you click save, it's going to ask that you want to send to 5 people. So today we do. So we just send one activity to all 5 of those people. So now I no longer have to send individual emails. It really streamlines that whole process. You've got a completion box that you know who's uploaded what, but it also says 0 of 5, letting you know that nobody's uploaded documents. So it's a nice at-a-glance view, so you don't have to keep clicking into each little place there. If I have the attachment in my fingertips and I can easily go in there and grab it, all that's done here within the attachments. You have the option to click on the add new and just upload a file. I really like our drag and drop feature. So if it's on your computer, you drag the file, drop it in there, click upload, and that's as easy as that is to go gather any information and get it into the system. Any questions so far?
Keep on going.
All right, and I'm waiting for that email. Perfect, I think it just came through. So your colleagues get an email that looks like this. So, oh no, that's not the right email. Didn't come through yet. Here it is, perfect. So they get an email that says they have a new activity. They have the due date when I have to have it filled by, what I need to grab, and they're gonna click on get started. We make this super, super simple that there's 4 steps for these folks to do. The first step, once it loads, will be upload a file. The second step, and I forgot to ask this, do you guys charge for request and collect payments?
Yes.
Is there a way for you folks to have online payments?
Yes.
Do you know who your current vendor is for that?
Yeah, point and pay.
Oh, awesome. That's actually one of our preferred vendors. So if you were to, here, let me finish this here real quick. So this drag and drop feature, they can either search their document management systems, or they can, again, drag and drop the document into there. Step number 2, they can give notes or track their time spent so you can charge this person appropriately. Step number 3, did you find those records, either yes or no? And then I'm gonna save it and send it back to Connie or the sheriff. So now my part to help you gather a document is done. So if I were to refresh this, oh, I forgot. I have my refresh always going back to my dashboard, so I forgot to reset that. I apologize. But when I refresh that, you're going to see 2 documents. One that was uploaded by me, myself, and then you'll see the one document that was uploaded by Augie Myers. So like I said, you go to the attachments for all of those. Now this says 1 of 5 because our one person uploaded a document. And then you can see here, Augie and John Lees have uploaded their documents. Any questions of what it looked like for those people to help upload documents, or does that seem like a pretty easy process?
Pretty easy.
Awesome. So now from here, let's just say that this is a video request from the sheriff and it's going to take us 6 hours to look into this, and we want to give this citizen an estimate. You can go right here to fees and times, and you have the option to create an estimate. It'll notify that citizen on the portal that they have an estimate they have to accept or deny. Hopefully they deny it, then they don't have to fulfill that. If they've accepted that, then you can convert it right to an invoice. And then since you folks use point and pay, when they go to my request center and go to my requests, here you'll see that this is in progress. That's what I'll say before. A citizen can see if it's done or not, but I can click in the details, and then right next to view message will be a pay online button. I can click that. Connects me to point and pay. I pay my payment. You get notified payment was made. We do not take any part of that payment. It all goes to you folks. We're just the connector for your citizen and that payment provider. And then once they, let's say, accept and pay for it, then we can go back to our attachments and start looking at videos, doing redactions, whatever the things here that we have to do on there. Any questions about fees and times though?
They don't pay for anything until after the work is complete, correct?
No.
Even if they
That's an
accept it?
estimate.
Huh?
That would be up to you folks. I know every agency is different.
It's an estimate.
If it's over $50, we can require payment upfront.
Right.
After the estimate's given.
Yes. Before we perform any of the.
And a lot of folks like to give estimates too, because if it's gonna take me 6 hours to go look at a request, I would rather make sure that my citizen accepted that before I go put in all that work first, because it's not fair for you folks to go spend 6 hours doing redactions and then letting that citizen know the cost and them saying, oh, I don't want that anymore. And now we just lost 6 hours of our day when we really could have been focused somewhere else. So a huge beneficial part to make sure that our citizens want to follow through with what they're asking for and not wasting our time.
So when somebody makes a request and it gives you that estimate, does it tell them why that estimate is there? So that, like, if I make a request and I'm like, hey, whatever, and I don't understand because, you know, I don't gotta gather all this information, so I'm confused as to, you know, why is this gonna cost me so much? It seems like, in my opinion, a simple request, but not understanding, okay, you know, this costs this much, that costs that much. Does it, when it sends them the notification that there's gonna be potentially a fee there, would it explain the potential charges to them?
Yes, sir, it does. So they're gonna get an email that looks like this, where they have an estimate public record request. They can click right on this link, and then that's gonna bring them right to their public portal here that they can go into, and then we line item out the charges that we would be charging them, whether it's time spent with redaction or, you know, we're charging for copies. So it line items out all of those things. I know my internet does not like when I take these video calls here. So to kind of show you what that would look like, if I go back to fees and times, down here in the bottom, if I tracked Augie's time, it's gonna let them know that it took them 3 hours to find those documents, and then it'll get the charge. So we would work with you folks and get the same fee structure that Wisconsin states have in place. So that way you don't have to try to figure this out anymore. It'll just automatically configure the cost based on what you put in as information.
And then again, going back to, let's say somebody doesn't use the software, doesn't set up an account, I call in with my request, then would the clerk just use that to call them back up and say, hey, this is your estimate if you want that, if you want this information?
Yes. And with those kinds of situations, what we can do is go to details, and then you can change the status to, you know, waiting for them to accept estimate or whatever status you're in. So then if somebody comes in to find out what's going on with that request, they're going to see that the status, we're now waiting on the customer and the citizen to accept or pay for that. And I know every state's different, but if the citizen doesn't respond back within like a month or whatever that time frame is, you can just close out the request altogether because the citizen never got back to you if they've accepted that, you know, payment or not. That answer that question for you?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so we'll go back into the attachments because that's pretty much where we do most of our work here. So now we want these reports. Now we got to make sure any personal identifiable information is available. We want to make sure to redact that stuff out. So you right click and go right into our redaction module. The one thing I want to point out though, I believe, Connie, you did mention that sometimes you have to have the IT department create that PSD file for all those email requests. Was that correct?
Yes.
Our system has a module that will extract that file for them. So all the IT department has to do is create that PST file, upload it into the system, and then our system extracts it, deduplicates it, keeps the attachments with there, and then you can take together, and whether it's 500 documents or 5,000 documents, create a PDF packet, so we will convert those to PDF as well. And then you can search all those documents. So if you've got to search for a specific name, as opposed to going, you know, document by document, it'll find any instance where the name pops up. We have pattern searching redaction. So if I need to search out birth dates, credit cards, socials, you can search for, you know, any kind of a number that we have here. And then our system's going to find all of those numbers. Let's say we have some pictures and the media wanted those pictures, but if there's kids' faces that we can't, you know, release those faces, you can click on redact, click on the square, and you can make big old redactions. So if the, you know, Death Star gets out, that's bad news for Star Wars. But then something that every agency loves, we're going to work with your legal team and get all of your codes and descriptions so you can put into here why these are being redacted out. So that's going to say privacy. So then when I release this to your citizen, we're going to automatically have a redaction log created for you and that citizen, letting them know where it was redacted, how many times it's redacted, and the full code and description so they understand why that was redacted out. So then you can click on, you know, the officer gains here, since, you know, we got to redact out the name, and You can basically say that that is going to be, religious info, let's just say. And then do you folks ever get review from attorneys to make sure what we've redacted is good to go?
Have, yes.
Okay, perfect. So you can save this redaction now, give your attorney a task to come into here. The attorneys can hover over and see what's underneath those. And let's just say instead of religious, this is something different. The attorney can either A, change this themselves to say, this is taxpayer info, or the attorney can say, hey, Connie, this is taxpayer info, don't mind my typing. And then when they comment on that, Connie or the sheriff will be able to go into here, see that, and they can make the corrections themselves. These notes are only available internally, not available to your citizen. And then once the attorney goes through and makes sure all these redactions are good to go and completed, Connie or the sheriff can come back into here and click this publish button, because by publishing the document is now going to save all the work that we have done and get this ready to be available online for that citizen. Any questions about that part?
I don't think so.
So far from what everyone has seen, do you think this will fit your process and be a good fit for you folks?
What's the price?
$1 million. I'm just kidding.
It's not gonna
Send two of them.
Yeah, no, it's 13,000 direct from Granicus, and then going through resellers. Resellers have a little bit of an uptick going through the resellers, so I got you those two quotes there as well. And our payments and fees, we have some agencies. I know Wisconsin a little bit harder to charge for these, but a lot of people can collect $50,000 to $100,000, based on fees and times. So a lot of people like to use the payments to kind of recoup their money back. Because our time is just as valuable as the citizens, so it's a great way to help pay for these things as well.
When we're using your preferred provider for point and pay and stuff, so I feel like that probably takes another $1,000 or $2,000 off the price, trying to help you out.
Hey, I agree. I'm here to help you folks out the best that I can, so if I can do that for you, by all means, I'll try.
Is that 13,000 a yearly fee?
Yes, sir, it is. And we also do quarterly updates on our solution, and we don't charge people per update. It's like, hey, there's new functionality. If you want it, it's going to be thousands of dollars. You folks automatically going to be a part of those updates because you're with the Granicus family. So it's a nice part, because I know some vendors out there do charge for different functionalities, but we just incorporate it all and have you part of those updates and upgrades.
So you said.
All right, so.
Can I ask, sorry, all
No,
of
go
the
ahead.
documents are saved onto your guys' cloud. So what if
Correct.
what if we try this software for a year and just decide, it's not for us, we don't wanna do it, but we are obligated to maintain all the public records. How do we get our data back?
So you own all your data, not us. So if that ever comes to that point, we just extract that data back to you folks and give it right back to you.
What about the standard letters?
You say standard letters?
Yeah, like the letters.
Is that like
you're sending to people, it's a standard letter to send to, here's your open, I think we talked about that a little bit.
Yes. So we have some pasted responses in the system that's already pre-populated, or during implementation, if you want something specific, then we can tell you folks, or we can build that out for you folks specifically. And I will show you that in about 2 seconds here. What I was going to jump into real quick, while that's being redacted, you do have a report section. So I like this feature because, some of the leaderships there in the county maybe want report on like what's the average time it takes to close a request, or maybe we want to have certain statistics because we have a certain citizen who's always submitting requests and making it tough for us. You can actually create a report on your customers and then put it on a specific schedule, so that report will automatically get sent to those who want it, and we don't have to keep creating those reports. It just streamlines that whole process, which is really, really neat, because it helps keep everything, together. You can see all the requests that are open, ones that are closed, and all those different citizens and what they're asking for.
When you say that cost is $13,000 every single year, it doesn't go down after the first year. Generally, when you're setting up a lot of software, the first year's more expensive like that, and then there's kind of a maintenance cost, but the original startup is where you guys are doing all your work, right?
Yeah, so with us, we have 0 implementation fees, which is why we don't have a lower cost that first year. So that 13,000, the whole entire first year and the full implementation and configuration for you. And then because we're CGIS compliant, we're HIPAA compliant, we need to maintain those standards. We get audited every year by a third party, and those quarterly updates that we do, there's a 5% uplift year after year to, maintain those upgrades and maintain that security that, you folks need, especially on the sheriff and the police side being that CGIS compliant, or the fire department being HIPAA compliant. Those are much needed security needs that are need to be in place there.
How long have you had this software program in place, and how long have you been in business?
So GovQA started back in the year 2000. So we've had this solution up and running since then, and then Granicus purchased us 2 years ago in 2022.
Are there
2000 really when the whole Patriot and FOIA Act kind of came into play. But along with our public records, this can also track subpoenas that go through the agency. It can track interagency. So we see a lot of times where if you've got 2 deputies that are in different counties, but they've been friends for 20 years, let's say I need this convict's information from, Chippewa County there in Wisconsin. I can just email my buddy like, hey, Joe, give me this guy's information. And when they send those emails back and forth, that's when a lot of stuff gets intercepted. So we can track those interagency requests in this system. We can track correspondence, complaints. There's a lot of different things that we can track into here besides just public records and public information. Quick example, I know we're kind of running out of time here, so I apologize, but Fort Worth in Texas, they are using this to really their full extent. So they have here code enforcement, they've got city permit locations, court proceedings. So that deflection that I showed you folks in the beginning, having additional tiles, there are additional costs. But if I want to go right to code enforcement, we're going to link them back to the website where they can find all the code enforcement information. Or if I want to find out where the city permits are, I can click onto there, and then I can see everywhere in my city that has a permit. So there's a lot of different functionalities we can do here for you folks. But I don't like to get too far into the weeds, but there's a lot of stuff that we can do. So I just want to show that quick example that, we're a lot more than just tracking those simple public records.
So how many tiles do you get with the standard $13,000 one?
You would get 2 tiles, so you would get the one for the sheriff and the one for the county. And the one thing that we do automatically, the county will never see the sheriff and the sheriff will never see the county. We had a situation here that was using one of our competitors because our competitors don't silo out the 2 departments. And there was a husband and a wife working at a city. The husband in the police department did something he should not have, and these people were submitting public record requests on him. Well, the missus on the city side, she was able to see all this information on the police that was being requested. That is a huge security breach. So I know the other competitors out there do charge extra to separate out the tiles, but we do that automatically for you folks.
Is there a flat fee for each additional silo, or does it depend upon what it's going to be?
Yeah, so there is a flat fee. It's the 2 tiles that come with our standard. Any tile after that would be about $1,500. Any other questions?
Anybody?
Are there any other features that you guys promote without, like you said, getting too far off in the weeds? I mean, now's kind of your chance.
Yeah, so the one thing that I want to show you folks is that we have an original copy and a redacted copy. But the original copy, let's say you hire someone brand new to help with request. If I try to release the original, there's no option on here to release it to the customer, because that would be a big no-no. We definitely don't want that to happen. So on the redacted copy, you can click to change access to customer. Remember how you folks were asking me about that public record archive, and is the request going to be on there, or if it's your choice? If you wanted this to be on the archive, you could click public and customer. So that's how you control which ones do go on that public record archive. Today we'll click on customer only. So underneath access, you'll see that's customer. So this is now technically available for that citizen to see online. So for us, like Connie and the sheriff, to finalize it, go to add new, go to our message here from our pasted responses. And then here's those responses that I was saying we already have pre-populated into the system. So for the full release, you can click on that. So there's that full release. If you want to add more, you can say, hey, love your county, go have a great day. You can free type, add more in there. And then underneath, you change the status to whatever status this request is in. This one's a full release. And then because it's a full release, it's completed out. And then when you send that off to the customer, they're then going to get notified that that request is fulfilled. They can go into the portal and take a look at it. And we try to make it super easy for the citizens. So the email that they're going to get, they can click it. The link is right here in their email. So I don't even have to go back to the county's website and try to find where that portal was again. So when they click that link, and again, that's going to take a long time to load, so I'm just going to go right to here instead. So now when I go to my request, now this says completed, and now I can view my file, download this file, and then your citizen, this is exactly what they're going to see. So here's the religious, there's the taxpayer, here's the privacy, and then here's the redaction log. So it's going to say the pages, the reason, description, the occurrences. So everybody really understands why this got redacted out and everything's there. But the one thing that I really want to show you folks here, citizens, I had no idea how crazy they can be and what you folks really got to put up with there sometimes. So if someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed and they're like, I want to bring litigation because I never got my request, you can then go to the toolbar, click on the history, and we have a full audit trail that's going to say when we've submitted that request to the response letter back, but most importantly, that the document was viewed on the portal by the customer. So this proves that if you ever have to go to court and show the judge, like, look, Your Honor, we are in compliance, our citizen, our attorneys, whoever it is, got everything that they need right here. And this has saved quite a lot of our agencies' butts there because, like I said, citizens, you never know what they're going to do in a day. So this just totally proves that everybody's in compliance.
Did you say there was a county in Wisconsin that uses that?
Not yet, no. We only have La Crosse Police, the Wisconsin DLC, and Wauwatosa School Districts. Our biggest footprints for the public records tools are the ones that have, there's some states there that have a 3-day turnaround, that if you don't have information out within 3 days, you're out of compliance. Some states have 7 days and 10 days. Those states we have hundreds of products in because of the legislation around there. So I know with Wisconsin, it's kind of within a reasonable amount of time. But, you know, with just tracking those, the complexities, the volumes, helping us deflect those, you know, all that stuff is what's really going to help you folks benefit from a solution like this.
Are you asking what else he has to offer for titles?
No, I just, other services, but,
You
is there a
have-
safety valve attached with this system so that certain can you set it up so certain individuals have to sign off so that, say, anyone just can't go in there and do a redaction? And, I mean, can you make it so they have to go through the attorney, they have to go through the clerk's office? How do you do that?
Yes, sir. So when we set up the system for you folks, there's security around each user. There's power users, there's admin users, and there's end users. The admin users are going to have access to just about everything in the system where they can add staff, delete staff, set up the calendar so that way if it gets submitted on a Saturday, it doesn't start till Monday, change description codes on redactions. And then your power users are only going to have access to what you want them to have access to. And then the end users, those are people who are only going to upload documents for you. So we do build security around each user. One other thing that we can do here is if you go to the attachments, and we're going to go into this file here, let's just say that, you know, I need help with this, but I don't want everybody to be able to see that. I can then create a tag on this. And then what the tags do is I can create a tag. Let me, so I can go edit tag here. and then I can give access to, internal, and then the tag might be attorney review only. So then the only person that's going to be able to see this document is the attorney, and that's it. So we have a few different security measures in place to make sure that you folks, have it set up the right way. Did that answer your question?
Yep, liability is always a concern.
Yeah, we definitely do that. That's also another reason why we're CJIS, HIPAA. We get audited every year. We don't want to be just SOC 1 and SOC 2 certified. We want to go above and beyond and have the proper CJIS and HIPAA certifications. I do believe we are one of the only public record companies that can even provide a letter of attestation to you folks if the IT needed it. We would need an NDA signed, so we know that you're not going to go share that with other competitors. But I know some folks that have severe security needs. We can always release out that letter of attestation just to give you that reassurance that we have everything secure as possible. Other than that, that's pretty much the whole solution in a nutshell there.
Okay, anybody else have any questions?
Could you maybe email Connie a couple of the websites, like maybe Lacrosse Police or a couple of different examples, so that I could go on and just pretend that I'm a person trying to use it, so that it would give me kind of an idea of what we're signing up from both sides, I guess.
Oh yeah, 100% I can do that. Did you want maybe, because we do have quite a few in Minnesota, I know it's not Wisconsin, but would you want some from other states, or do you want to just be Wisconsin specific?
No, that's fine. I more want to just see how it works, I guess.
Sure, yeah, I can definitely do that for you, not a problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Anybody else there would need anything from me here?
Anything else, Connie?
No.
Lunch, do you have any questions on it?
Nope.
I guess not, John, so we thank you for your presentation, and we'll be looking into it.
Thank you, John.
Awesome, folks. Well, hey, I appreciate your time here today as well. I'll get that information here sent over by the end of the day here for you, so you folks have everything you need. And then I guess the one question for me would be, is this something that we're trying to squeeze in, for 2025 budget before the elections, or do we think this might be something we're trying to implement before this election starts to happen?
I don't know if there's a time frame on it for us or not, so I really don't know.
Understandable, no worries. So what I can do then is I also have this PowerPoint that I'll send over to you folks, because it gives you an idea, and I'll just show you this real fast, of all the applications that Granicus does have here besides public records. So we do, video and agenda management, we do engagement solutions, websites, automating forms, customer service, short-term rentals, tracking board members, and today we focused on public records. So I can send this over to you folks. And then down here in the bottom, there is a section that does go over GovQA. Where'd it go? Here somewhere. Here it is. So it kind of goes over what we showed you folks here today. So there is other information if you want to review this that you can take a look at here as well.
What's the cost of the video management?
The video management, ask John.
So we got a few options for that. One of our options would be you folks running the meetings yourself, starting the encoders, working the cameras, doing the time stampings. The encoders are a one-time cost of about $5,500, and you own the encoder. And then the streaming software and the application, we do offer unlimited storage for videos. Rusk County, your population, I think, is what, like 15,000? Is that right?
14.5.
So the video streaming would probably be around like $7-8 grand. And then we have another video solution that actually Burlington uses. It's called Swagit, where we can run the whole production for you. We can start the cameras, we can move the cameras, we can timestamp, we can index, and then all that you would need to worry about is focusing on the minutes and getting the proper conversation during your council meetings, so that way we don't miss anything. And that stuff will be on this PowerPoint here as well for you. So it does talk about our Swagit tool right here, so we can sell you folks cameras. We have an office here out of Dallas, Texas. These are our staff members that are physically watching your meetings, so they can timestamp, start the cameras, turn them off for closed sessions. We can distribute that meeting to social media, different platforms, transparency, getting it out to citizens. And then the Granicus video, this would be you folks running the meetings yourself. So you have the agenda on the left-hand side, and then you have notes, you have this record, I know it's hard to see, but you got a record button, a timestamp when we talk about items. So all that information will be in here as well for you folks. Do you guys have anything today to stream your meetings?
We stream our county board meeting, the full board meetings currently.
What do you guys use for that?
Potentially do some committee meetings in the future here. Blue Jeans, right? Yeah.
Is it the service is called Blue Jeans?
Yeah.
Is it working well, or is it kind of missing a few things that you folks wish it had?
Well, the archiving part would be really convenient, so you could have that uploaded, people could watch it later. So that feature,
Yeah, I mean,
that feature, I don't know if that's available on Blue Jeans.
It is. Blue Jeans is done on the 31st of this year. Verizon's decided to sunset the software. So we're going to a different solution.
so if you decide to use this for video streaming or agendas, this is the agendas and minutes page here where we can have a subscription box so citizens can sign up to have a specific agenda sent to them. Anytime that your agendas are prepared and you can publish them to your website, the agendas in the packet will show up here. If you want live streaming, because some citizens don't have access to Facebook, YouTube, and those platforms, so they rather go to your website and have the video here. And then all the archiving is here, and we host everything in our solutions, is like with GovQA's hosting the Microsoft Cloud. All the agenda stuff, we use the Amazon Cloud, unlimited storage, so you can have as many years in here as you want. But if you were to click on this video, let's hope this is a long meeting and a decent one here. We got the full agenda on the left or the right-hand side, your video, and then all the sections down here in the bottom. And, you know, if I want to get straight to council presentation, but I don't have, well, 13 minutes, that's not too long of a meeting, but I can click on council presentations, and then it'll bring it right to where that video is. And then when it's in the solution, if I need to find something and I want to search parking, I gotta spell the word right here first. I can search parking, and then we're gonna find every document, every agenda, every minute, whatever that case is. And then if I'm scrolling down and I wanna, you know, let's say that this item right here, consider the request for this parkway, click on there, and it's gonna open up the video, so then I can, you know, pay attention and get the information that I need from that meeting, you know. That's really beneficial for staff and citizens, because some staff, if they forget some of the conversation, they can go in there and see the video. And then for you know, citizens, some citizens these days got 2-3 jobs, 2-3 kids. It's chaotic in their families, so they can come in when they have time and really get to where they want to get to. And then show transparency on your end that they're easily able to find the information, and it's not hard for them to find that.
Is there a difference in cost depending upon how many meetings we have per month that we use the service for?
No, sir. It's all enterprise licensing.
Okay.
So it'd be unlimited users in the system, unlimited bodies. You could have all your committees, your, you know, county board, all those in there, and unlimited storage.
One problem we have is we have 2 different meeting rooms. So most of the meetings are done here, but we also have another conference room at times where there's 2 going on at once. So that would have to be something considered if we did do this.
In that situation, we would suggest getting 2 encoders, 1 for each room, and then you could stream those whenever you needed to, because each one would have their own encoder.
The encoder has an initial investment, but then the encoder, you don't, once you buy it, it's yours, right?
Correct,
And the
correct,
streaming
yes.
service would be able to, it wouldn't cost more if we're using 2 encoders.
Each encoder is going to have their own streaming software, because you're streaming it from 2 different areas.
So it's double the cost if we had 2 encoders.
Correct.
Sounds to me like maybe
Or
Jim needs to have a little conversation in on this. Our other one's expiring the 31st, right, Jim? Does it interest you, you think, or no?
Yeah.
I mean, you're the one that's familiar with the system we have now, so.
Yeah, and so I'm assuming you guys are talking about the small conference room? Over by the
Yeah.
office? Yeah. Yeah, cause we've got the equipment to use that now to set up the system. I guess, John, my question would be, and I think this is kind of what they were aiming for, is if we buy 2 encoders, are we then spending the $7,000 to $8,000 for the streaming and storage for each encoder? Or is it that, you know, we could have 2 encoders, but we're only doing the $7,000 to $8,000 for the streaming and storage?
Right, you would not be double paying, so each encoder would come with streaming software, and I think each encoder would be $1,500 if I'm not mistaken, for each encoder, so that'd be $3,000 total. But that $7,000 to $8,000 for the actual platform, that's to put all of those videos into our solution, and that would cover both of your encoders. So the only double fee you would have would be the streaming software on each encoder, and that's $1,500, and let's just $1,500 or $2,000 per encoder.
And that's a recurring cost?
Yes, sir.
So there's an initial $1,500 cost for the encoder to buy it, and then the streaming service is $1,500 to $2,000 per encoder as well then, per year.
Did you say the encoder purchasing it was what price?
The encoder purchasing originally was $1,500, right?
No, the encoder hardware to buy it is $5,500 to buy it and you own it. So there'd be 2 of those, so it'd be about $11,000 to buy the encoders. And then it'd be $3,000 in a yearly subscription to have the streaming software on those. And then the $7,000 per year to have the unlimited storage to be putting up into the solution, to have the archiving, the searchability, the transparency, all that. And if you want, I can try to get other examples of the Wisconsin cities and counties that are using our softwares for streaming, and I can send those over to you folks with the other public records. And you can just take a look at their sites and see what you think about them. And you know, if you folks want to take a deep dive into one of those, we could definitely, you know, have some conversations. I do know that we like to offer discounts for multiple products since we have so many of them here as well.
25%.
So we have options for you folks.
25%.
100% I'm going for.
Right that.
Plus we'd
I
be
got-
the first.
Put that in the minutes, Connie, he said 100%.
Plus it'd be the first county.
Wait, is this call being recorded? Hold on.
Yes, it is.
Son of a gun.
Plus we'd have, we'd be the first county in the state, if I understood you correctly, to use the open records.
I'm like 99% sure. Yes, sir.
Would be the poster child, which would kinda.
I know I've talked to Calumet County, the sheriff over there. I've talked to Freeborn County. They're interested. So it's a rat race on who's going to be the first one here. So if you guys need me to work some extra deals for you folks, I'll do my magic and try to get whatever I can for you. Because I work for you folks technically. Because if we've got no customers, I don't have a job.
Well, I think we need to, my thought is, it needs to go back to Connie, and I would like to see Bugs involved in it here and make sure that anything you've been talking to about us is going to be compatible with our ability to stream, etc., and all that stuff, you know, our bandwidth and.
Sure.
So that'd be a good question. I'm sure Bugs has a lot of other questions he'd probably like to ask you.
Is he the IT director by chance, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if he wants to meet with us, I can bring in my solution consultant, and they call it nerd out and ask all the technical questions and just have a blast and talking all that fun stuff that's a little bit above my pay grade.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, sure, not a problem.
Should we have the sheriff look at too, if they're gonna use part of it?
Yeah.
Have them involved in taking a look at least if that's something, how they would wanna even set
I
up.
mean, in all honesty, Bugs might like this second part of this, and he might not, because I'm sure by the sounds of it, he's already in the works on something here, being the ones going by the end of the month. Maybe he's gonna like this, maybe he's not. So,
You get them down on price too.
What's the cost on
When
it?
you're herding out.
What's the cost?
Hey, I work for you folks, so I try to get you as many discounts as possible. And
Well, I'm
since
just
we're talking
thinking
about the
all these
sheriff,
other- All these other
he
counties
might-
in Wisconsin that you're talking about that are interested, they're probably waiting to see, show me somewhere else in Wisconsin that's doing it. So really, you probably got 3 off the bat if you get the first one. You really gotta do something to get the first one in the door. I'm trying to basically help you sell here.
Hey, I really appreciate that, because then I'm just gonna go to my team and say, hey, this is what we gotta do to win this deal, let's do it.
We'll even
You
take
know?
a 6-month free trial. Then we're gonna be so dependent on it that we won't be able to do anything without it.
I wish we could do those 6-month trials. Unfortunately, they don't offer those. They do like extended demos if they want to like play with it, try it out, see if it fits their process. But if the sheriff is interested, here's what the Fort Worth police do. So they can go to, if I want to see officer involved shootings, I can click that tile and it's going to link me to all those reports on your website that I can find those. If I want to go see what the demographic diversity report or the use force reports. So the sheriff might actually like some of those functionalities, because these are just less things that they got to worry about, because the citizens can go find this on their own. That's like our main purpose, is we want to help the citizens find what they need, so it's transparency, and reduce the workload that you folks have to do, so we can really go focus on those bigger initiatives and executive priorities that we're trying to obtain.
Okay. Everybody, questions answered? I guess that's it, John, so.
Thank you.
We'll be looking over the situation in the future here, so.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do for you folks then is email those public record links. I'll email over the video links. I'll put that PowerPoint together that has all the different products and data sheets and information there for you folks. And I believe those are the 3 to-dos that I have for you. Does that sound right?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Anything else that you guys might need from me here?
I don't think so.
Anything else? Guess not, John, so.
And I live right in the border of Wisconsin and Illinois, so if you folks need me to drive up there for whatever reason, I'd be happy to drive up there too.
Alright. Sounds good.
I was just camping in La Crosse, and I was just doing some fishing there on Lake Onalaska. Man, it's beautiful up there. Jeez Louise. Caught 4 big bass. It was a great day.
Right.
All right, but I turned to a chatty Kathy. I know we're 4 minutes over, so I'll shush up here, and I really appreciate everyone for your time. Anyone have any last minute, to-dos or questions before we go?
Anybody? I guess not, John, so.
Perfect, awesome. Well, everybody, thank you for your time. If we don't talk before the holidays, happy holiday, happy new year. I'll get the information sent out to you. Getting those links of the public record in the video, I might not be able to get this out till tomorrow if that's okay, but definitely have it out before the weekend hits. And please feel free to answer or ask me any questions. And other than that, happy holidays, happy new year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye now.
All right, everybody. Bye-bye.
But
Guess there's a lot of things, I wondered how to help.
There's a lot there.
All of our records are probably not available at the way he would.
They're not, and it would be nice to do that.
This is gonna be quite a building process to get this
Yeah,
up to where
that's what I was
it's
getting
easy
at.
access for the
Yeah.
public. And then if you have those handful of individuals, this was my hang up on it is, you have those handful of individuals that don't wanna use the portal, and we're gonna do it by hand yet, and then still have to put it into the system. I guess my question is, where's the benefit down the road on that? If we were a 60 to 100,000 population county, where's the chance of someone, high chance of someone asking for a similar record that somebody already did? By all means, I'm just wondering if some of these requests are ever gonna get asked for a second time. I don't know, I'm just. Like, I mean, the price isn't horrible for the service he's offering with the recording of the. My only concern is it's gonna work for what Bugs already kinda has going here.
If it's compatible.
Well, I need it for the open records, for bugs,
yeah, I would say it's 2 different projects.
It's two
Yeah.
Well, it is,
They
but.
run together,
But the recording and stuff isn't that bad of a price if there's not something hid there.
no.
That seemed a lot more reasonable than I was thinking, and that would make it, like you said, timestamps and everything on the videos, that'd be a really good thing.
It almost be nice, I don't remember what he said the difference was in cost, it'd almost be nice to just let them do the recordings of everything.
I can't remember what he said on that either, or if he said, did he say it was more?
It was more,
They do it because they timestamp it.
Well, he said that
But
there was
they'll
two
start
different ways to
every
do that. There was the one where they're sitting there
Yeah.
times, so basically they have a person watching a live meeting, the way I understood it,
Right.
people in the picture in the office.
yeah,
And then the other one is before we upload the video, we can go through and, or as we're recording, I guess you click the timestamp or change agenda items.
but what he did say was there was no difference in cost, whether they did one meeting or 15 meetings.
For the,
That's for if we do it ourselves, correct? I never asked him if they,
yeah,
cause there's gotta be an hourly
there's a
thing
difference
associated.
between having a streaming service, and then there's, I think what he was saying is there's unlimited cloud space too, you know, so you can, that doesn't really matter. A million videos, one video, but yeah, I'm sure if they have a person watching each meeting, and then maybe that's why he didn't, if he didn't say the price, I don't remember him saying the price, but if he did, maybe that's why, cause it might be, are we watching one meeting, are we running 20 meetings?
That's what somebody's gonna have to ask him.
Right.
I'm sure it'd be quite a bit of difference, I would think.
Are we gonna, is Blue Jeans ending this month?
Yes,
Is there a charge for Blue Jeans?
yes.
What is it?
Currently it's $45 a month.
$45 a month?
But they're putting it in the back closet, starting the end of the month, he said, so it's going away. So they're not gonna do any type of software upgrades to it or anything, by the sounds of it, so. It's gonna become unusable.
So what are we using after Blue Jeans expired for the temporary? I mean, if we go this route, you know, we got research to get to that point.
Yeah, we're looking at two different ones, Zoom and Teams, and, actually the other day stated that he'd rather go with Teams, so we're looking at that. I think we'll still probably go with Zoom for the jail, just because all of the courts in Wisconsin use Zoom, and we'll stay consistent with that. So the jail will have two setups of that, we got the courts back.
Is that gonna cost more if we got two different programs though? Like, why wouldn't we just use Zoom for both then?
It just, in ease of use, what people know. I mean, we can use one all the way across the board, like we're doing now, Blue Jeans.
So that's what you're currently using for that.
Yeah,
Well, no, we have several team licenses.
we do, we're not using them as a
use that for the
county-wide.
meetings though, right, for the county board meetings, we're using.
That's what I just used now was Teams.
Right, I use Teams for work, it works fine.
Yeah.
I've used Zoom.
The only reason
Either one of them can be recorded too. Teams or Zoom.
Yeah, the only reason we were looking at the Zoom one, we were looking at probably going 3 licenses on that, is just, like I said, just for the jail. And again, it's just based off of, that's what they know how to use because of the courts and everything else. It's just a convenience or ease factor. If you don't want, you don't have to do it that way, we can do straight up Teams. You know,
I guess we can see what the price difference is, if we have two.
I think for 3 licenses for Zoom, I can look it up, I wanna say it was 400 and something. Which is a better deal than we got when we set up the course initially, because that was 500 for 1 license. So, or we let that lapse, because the state took that, they took over all the licenses for all the courts, so.
What, the reason I'm asking for this is because there's several different departments doing this, instead of just me, it's not just me. So it gets emailed to different places, and I can't keep track of it. How am I supposed to keep track of all of it? So, you know, and the other thing is that the work is being completed and people are not, you know, it's not getting picked up, so, I mean, the charge was $52.50 for a 210 pages that I didn't print, that HHS had to print and had to redact. Well, if we would've stopped that, in the meantime, we could've, you know, there was more there than, but I didn't know what he was doing, you know, we're both busy. But the actual cost by the time we're done is like at least $330 by the time you're talking HHS's time, my time, corporation council's time, Ashley's time. I mean, it's a lot.
We could have, if we had this, we could potentially save some money just by catching that.
Catching that. I can't I mean,
Sounds like it should streamline the time frame quite a bit, if it's what he says it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, do a PDF and redact.
Places that it's using, the idea is good, but then there's the other side, what Jim said too, is, how much are you actually, in a county this size?
Just one person is over 80 right now. Just one,
Over what, 80 what,
open records request.
requests?
Yep.
Okay, so they make an open records request, they're supposed to pay for them, right?
Not necessarily.
It depends on how much, if there's time into it and copies.
It depends what it consists of. So even like the printing, it would stop the printing because the emails would come in, they could get the emails off the PDF and redact off the PDF instead of printing.
So you might be able to get requests out to people sooner.
Yes. So something, I mean, one company, this Navion, he didn't even want to. It's 55,000 just to start it up.
This was a better option than,
Yeah. and
Well, I like
that's-
that they've been in business for over 20 years.
Yeah.
I didn't wanna go down one of these deals like we do with the it's on our agenda today. If you
Well,
have a deal like that, and a year from now going, oh, what do we do here?
I sense Jamie's question, he asked about owning that stuff, because
It was a good question.
it's, maybe we should question that a little more, like, hey, can we have a backup being built as we're going along, so that if something ever happens, we're not 2 years down the road or whatever, still dealing with trying to get information that's our information from it.
Well, they could easily,
Cause I'm sure if you would've asked the billing company the same question, they probably would've, like, when we first signed their contract, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's your information.
Right. And at the end of the day, we're the ones that are still responsible for making sure those open records requests go out, that things are properly redacted. Yeah, they have this software that is supposedly redacted, but we could use Adobe to redact stuff, but if somebody's, technologically savvy, they can still get to the base layers of those documents, and how do we know that this electronic redaction that they're doing doesn't allow that?
This is a company that does it.
But
That's why.
we're the ones that would get sued,
Right.
not them. What kind of protection do we have?
well, that's another question that needs to be asked of them.
Although, I mean, doesn't that somewhat, if a company's telling us that they're redacting this, or, that it's, the information's hidden and it's not, we kinda have leverage on them then, right? Okay, we may be responsible originally, but then we can somewhat pass that buck on to them, I would say, I would think.
Don't you think reading a PDF, instead of sitting there redacting like this, is less time consuming?
I almost
Yeah,
think you need to contact a couple of those agencies
You mean,
that he used for reference here, right here in the state, lacrosse and stuff, see if somebody will talk to you.
okay,
See if they're seeing any negatives to that program.
okay.
I think that'd be a good place to start.
I think if somebody's gonna have problems at La Crosse Police Department, I mean, they probably got lawyers and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to find loopholes in that program, right?
I mean, if you could get somebody to talk to you down there, that would, somebody should probably contact them.
Okay,
But why aren't any other counties using it?
I had the same question.
I mean, what does, Chippewa County use? What does Barron County use?
maybe they don't get as many.
I
Well,
highly doubt
I
that,
would
especially
assume
when
in bigger
Chippewa County
towns,
right now.
they probably do, but,
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if this makes it easier for the constituent being the end user group of this, I mean, even if other counties aren't using it, it's something we have to consider, that our customers are our constituents. So, but a little more research is definitely needed.
Did that look confusing to anybody? It did to me. If I were to go in there and try to find my way through it.
You can't go in the back end of it. You wouldn't go in the back end of it. You would just click a button at the bottom to get your information.
You might even have an email, the way it sounded, is they might just email you a link to your
Yeah.
request and you click on it and it pops up.
It is.
Yeah, it didn't sound like you have to go back in and get it.
Yeah.
You can go back in and check on the status.
But if you didn't wanna actually go to the portal and all that, you could actually just click the link.
And it almost sounded like it would send someone an email, even you could set it up on the status as it changed. So that would even make it easier yet, once you do the request and create your account. I kinda took it that you don't even really have to go back in there if you're not in a super huge hurry for it,
Right. Yeah. I took that the same.
but I don't know.
Excuse me. Okay, well, maybe we should move forward here. So, now, did you say you had two other,
Kai's got 'em.
Oh, I have them here, yeah, one was 25,000 a year and 34,960 just to set up. But I don't have them, I mean, it's just, this one's 31,000.
24,000 a year and 35,000 just to set it up?
Yep, and this one's that much cheaper.
So why do you think this one's that much cheaper? Just because it's a larger company and they've got it figured out? Because he made it sound like his was way better, but on top of it to be a third of the
This is-
cost or no.
I mean, some of them are looking for the big, this is by population, Granicus is by population, the other ones are not.
Oh, so a bit larger county is gonna get a higher bid,
Yes.
because they figure they're gonna have more requests.
Yes.
Okay. So that's accurate, that is in our favor, I guess.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Okay. Yeah, he did reference to the population here when he was doing that quote on the, I think in the video.
he did ask every word for,
Yes, and I did tell him, so this quote is by population, yes.
okay, so we should probably go back up to number 1. Cancellation of department credit cards.
Okay, so you guys had asked me to put this back on the agenda for this month, and I think it was Phil, right, that had requested, so do you want me to keep going, or do we wanna wait till Phil comes back? Or just,
Yeah, we can, yeah, it'll probably be gone just shortly, so. You wanna take up the meal per diems?
sure, so, when we were talking about the financial procedures manual last month, we talked about increasing the meal per diem rates, this is the second page, and then documents I handed out, I also emailed it to you, so right now, our meal per diem rates are $7.50 for breakfast, $10 for lunch, $15 for dinner. So what I'm proposing, we increase it to for 2024, it's $10 for breakfast, $13 for lunch, and $20 for dinner. And on the back side of that shows the, General Services Administration, per diem rates based on zip code, and so what they had in there, for breakfast was 13, lunch 15, dinner 26, so, I thought that would be a really big jump if we just jumped to those numbers, so I kind of found it in between, with the proposed dollar amounts.
Where were these other numbers from, did you say?
They're from the, US General Services Administration,
Oh, okay.
the government website.
These are 23 numbers that they have out, or 22?
No, for 24.
24 is their estimation,
Yes.
okay.
What was that, there was 13,
So, their numbers are the ones I'm proposing.
or whatever, which one?
Okay, it's in your packet that I handed out too. So they're proposed, theirs are 13 for breakfast, 15 for lunch, 26 for dinner. And what I proposed for ours to go do $10 for breakfast, 13 for lunch, and 20 for dinner, so that'd be a cap of $43 per day. If we, we're gone for all 3 meals for that day.
Is that something that we can approve here at this committee level, or does that have to go to the board?
I think we should take it to the board too, but I think the recommendation should come from here.
Any motion for that?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to take this.
Second.
motion by Tony, second by Jim to forward the per diem meal rates to the county board. Any other questions, comments? Oh, wait, we're just talking about the, meal per diem rates here, Phil.
Okay.
We voted to move it to board.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna vote now, so, you have any thoughts on the rate?
What was in our packet is what you guys are talking about.
Yes. And so they're just, approving it as presented.
Okay, on the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay. And now we can go back to the,
Okay. So,
cancellation of department credit cards.
okay, so Phil, you had asked that this come on the agenda for this month, for departments that aren't using their credit cards appropriately, that not turning in invoices on time, purchasing things that maybe shouldn't. So, are you looking for a recommendation from me as far as?
Yeah, I would, I guess, look for a recommendation from you on
What kind of infractions do you find commonly?
Well, there's, not turning in invoices for months on end, so there's still, I think we finally got this one hammered out last week, but there was still an invoice from a March purchase that we couldn't hunt down. There's, still a couple from May, June, July, August, September, October, and then the last 2
There's no
months as well.
excuse for that.
And we can't finish our reconciliations, the amounts that were presented in our budget for the first 6 months actual were not entirely correct, because not all of the amounts were posted.
And when we go through and approve bills, we're approving stuff from 6 months ago sometimes, rather than, it'd be nicer to be a little more current and.
And sometimes, items are getting purchased for other departments on one credit card and then not getting charged to the appropriate budget. So sometimes we catch those in our internal AP audit and then, move them to the proper budgets.
Typically, what are most of the charges for?
Computer equipment, that sort of thing.
So, if it's getting charged to the wrong department because it hasn't been reconciled yet, then that's, a budget may be off because it hasn't made it through the reconciliation process.
Right, but sometimes, because things aren't entered in timely, rather than going back to that department whose budget it should be hitting, they just eat the costs in a budget that the item purchased isn't related to, which isn't right. So then, we move it and get the flack from that department saying, hey,
No, my budget.
I should have been told about this 6 months ago, not now.
Right.
So if you had your invoices within, say, 60 days,
Well, it should be, when you purchase something, you get an invoice right away, it should be entered in right away.
30 days.
When you order something on Amazon, you know what it's,
you've got an invoice.
right, I'm entering that in before that charge really even hits my credit card. You can wait, you probably should wait until you can actually see the charge hit your card, but there's no, if you've got the invoice to be able to pay it.
But don't you, for each card, don't you get a, statement?
Yes, and it's up to those individual departments, they are supposed to reconcile their statements monthly and make sure that all the invoices are entered.
And then they submit that to you?
They submit it electronically through my Viewpoint, that system that I pull up invoices in, they submit them electronically in there, and then we reconcile.
The problem is, we bring a list of bills, finance every time for us to approve, and there's so old, how do you stop that? They've already been pre-approved.
Right.
What sense does that make? Basically you don't have oversight on it because it's after the fact, it's too late to say, to deny it.
Well, even if they bought, either way though, when you're talking about a bill that's been charged to a credit card, it's already bought at that point too.
I have a company credit card. By a certain date every month, I have to have my invoices in to match my charges for that month. Now occasionally, I might get a few days late, which they'll give me a grace period. If I don't have those invoices in with that, the second month, I'm responsible for those charges. And I had to sign a piece of paper for that to have that company credit card. Or if I charge something on there and don't provide a receipt, I'm responsible for that charge. And they will come after me and they immediately shut the card off. That is what they will do. So you either do your stuff on time, or that card's shut off, and you gotta jump through some hoops to get it back on.
So
Because
how many days?
then you get a talking to.
How many
I
days?
did it one time by accident.
How many days do they give you, Jim?
You usually have like a 30-day.
30 days
So
from the time
maybe
you
I
get a
submit it,
statement?
if they want it by the 25th, okay, say for example, I can't remember, I'm somewhere in there. But if they want it by a certain date, I shoot for the 25th every month. Once in a while I've forgotten and I get it in the first week of the next month. Then it holds on there, but at least they have the receipts, okay? So I got it in, they got the receipts, they don't say anything, but it doesn't get paid till the next month. I'll eventually they'll usually pull it and pay it, but it's not by when they want it, and I'm assuming that they're, have us move so far up ahead that they've got plenty of grace period. But if you, one time I forgot a receipt, I forgot about a charge that I had, and they emailed me and told me I was gonna be responsible for it, or I had so long to provide that receipt in the story. So, I just know what the rules are, so
Well,
just got better at making sure my stuff was in on time.
Well, I think probably, we would cancel them right off the bat, I don't think, but.
Well, I've been following up on these charges since June, because Brittany was so busy with payroll and AP and new employees that she didn't have time to follow up on these old charges. So I started following up in June for all of those old credit cards, and then Sky started up a couple months later, so all of these charges that still aren't in have been notified multiple times, and we still don't have them.
I don't know how we would go about charging, cause the bill is already paid.
Right, oh, I'm not saying we should charge, but I'm just saying that,
Well,
Shut off the
what
credit card.
what I'm saying
no
is,
further charges still are in.
Well, I'm not saying we should charge them either, I'm just saying that there's
No,
other that are a lot
I
stiffer than what
understand,
we
but-
are.
There's gotta be a
We're
limit
not-
somewhere.
We don't have
well, there
any.
should be some pinch to this thing.
Yes,
What I'm saying is that maybe we should come up with a memo that these invoices need to be in here within 30 days. And, we should set up some penalty system if they're not.
well,
And that could include canceling, the credit card.
I think we
But it
put a
should be
hold on the
notified.
card too, can we, without canceling it? Can you put a hold on a card?
I think Berta can, yes. She's got control of all the credit card and spending limits.
The other thing I think someday we should go through, just how many cards are out there?
I could tell you that in just a minute here.
I've seen that,
yeah, we've seen it.
but some time ago I've seen that list, yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah.
And some of them have
The sheriff's
a
department.
lot of value on them, and
Right.
some are a lot, some are not, I think highway has maybe 500,000.
Yeah, and their limit kind of fluctuates because, if they haven't paid cards for a while and they've just put it all in 1 month, then Verna's gotta go increase that limit so that they can pay them that month and, let me just see here.
I think in the letter too, maybe we should say, here's our policy, and if you disagree with it, then they need to come to the next finance meeting and explain to us why it's not gonna work for their department.
Well, and
Right, and if there's a reasonable answer, we could work, but there's gotta be something that.
Right.
And a memo should come from the finance committee.
But 5-6 months, like she said,
That's
That's out of question. It's just
I mean, we spend a lot of time just trying to track these things down.
totally
And
unreal.
it's not just one department, there's a few that,
So originally though, we should allow a catch-up period,
but we,
Yeah, I mean, when we send that, if we go down the route of we're giving them 30 days or 60 days, we should say effective on, February, so you got a month, cause I mean, if you're 6 months behind and it's been floating for everybody, you know, and now all of a sudden you're like, well, now I got 30 days to catch up on 6 months, and I get that that's always maybe been the expectation, but everybody's been getting by with it, so we should, if we send out an initial,
So I sent out emails in June and I sent snips of all of the specific transactions that I needed from departments. It's like,
I'm just saying, if we're going down the road of punishing people or taking corrective action, that,
well, it says right in the financial procedures manual that, the finance committee, they cancel any department's purchasing card if misuse is determined.
when's the last time anybody's done that?
Failure to turn in purchasing card receipts shall result in the cancellation of the purchasing card.
But when's the last time that somebody's done that?
Then what?
Judge?
Actually can't do it.
Never. So, even though it's written, the expectation, what has been practiced has not been that. So,
I've been forced.
if we start enforcing, we should send a memo out with a time period, because
Well,
if I know this rule's not been followed, and I mean, I generally try to, I'm pretty black and white with the rules, but I'm just saying, if other people, you know,
the
or
thing
to
is,
where, you know, the rule's this important, or they're gonna start enforcing it, I would give them a catch-up period, you know, and then, but after that, you know, okay, come February, if you're not caught up, this is the policy, we're gonna enforce the policy going forward, so everybody's, you're either gonna be following the procedure, or you're gonna get your credit card shut off.
So when is your, do you like pay all the credit cards on a certain date every month?
So they come out of our, like, the statement closes on the 25th of the month and they come out of our bank account on the 4th of the following month. But Brittany's continuously like working on the credit card, so on, you know, it's been almost every other week, I mean, and she doesn't get to it always every other week, because if she's gotta set up a lot of new employees and do that kind of thing, the credit cards get put on the back burner because they're already paid. So, you know, that's not holding up, you know, payroll, that's not holding up a check going out the door. But for the most part, you know, she does her payroll processing week, and then she catches up on credit cards, in the week between, she looks to see what's posted. So she'll post stuff even before that statement closes, because we can log into the US Bank website and see, you know, all the transactions that have posted. So she's continuously doing
So
it.
do you, I guess what I'm asking right now, if we're gonna address this, are you looking to have them within a certain time frame of the purchase? Or are you looking to have all your monthly receipts by a certain date of the month?
I think it should be within 30 days of the purchase,
I do, I'll agree.
because they can, any of the, you know, the people that are responsible for reconciling the cards, and if they have a card, they should have,
Purchase or statement? Just, do they have to have the statement before they
No.
can do that?
no, they can log into, everyone who has a card has access, and if they don't have access, they should have set up access to the US Bank online portal, where you can see your pending transactions, and mark them off once you've submitted them, if you choose to do that option.
What do you want, what would you suggest as an effective date for this?
I would say, you know, by the end of January, they need to have all of their 2023 transactions in,
It's a
and
month
then,
and a half, that should, plenty of time.
And then we make the policy effective February 1st?
Well, the policy's there, but the stick behind the policy.
Right, make that effective February 1st, that it'll be 30 days, or if you were,
Hard to put on hold. or
I have to
whatever.
word it somehow that if you were a constant violator, however you wanna word that your card may be put on hold.
and then do you want that just to be a standing agenda item, or how do you want?
On what?
Do you want it to be a standing agenda item of what cards need to be canceled, or?
Well, I don't think we should cancel, I think we should see if we can put it on hold, because then it's gonna cause us issues if we reinstate it, won't it? If you cancel a card. then
I would
put
say
it
it
back
should be
in
put on
place.
hold, but if there's too much of a problem, eventually they're gonna cancel the card.
Yeah.
But
Or that
originally-
department is gonna have to find someone else to take responsibility for the card, then it's gonna come down to a department issue.
Right.
Right?
I agree.
Because if they have someone that's not doing their job and can't fulfill that role within 30 days, then someone else is gonna have to take the responsibility within that department. It's gonna be a department head issue.
mean, we don't get anywhere, you know, like I said, I've been emailing about a lot of these transactions since I got an email here from June 28th. The following credit card transactions have now been entered into my viewpoint from the January 2023 credit card statement. Please enter the invoices in my viewpoint and have them approved by the end of the week. Going forward, please review your credit card statements each month or more frequently by logging into your US bank account online and ensure that all the transactions and invoices are entered into my viewpoint. And
Still not? Okay, then we gotta do something. How many of those you got right now, you think?
well, you know, in June when I went through it, I, you know, did everything to date. So there's still that I guess that particular January one cleared up, but there's the same exact charges again in May on the same exact card.
Okay. I think we need to have some sort of policy. I mean, the policy's there, problem is it doesn't have the 30 days.
Gotta be enforced.
It's just, yeah, it's.
Well, it doesn't have a time limit on it.
Well, I wouldn't say nobody pays attention, but some do not pay attention to it.
They're all, they just ignore it.
So it almost sounds like we need to change the wording of that policy to 30 days after purchase.
Okay, so failure to turn in purchasing card receipts or to failure to turn in purchasing card receipts and enter into my viewpoint within 30 days of purchase shall result in the cancellation of the purchasing card.
Failure to what?
Well, this will be in the financial procedures manual, which is on the agenda to update, so I could just add this in as a,
But they're probably gonna make a motion.
well, but do we need to make, if I just put this into the, update to the financial procedures manual, we don't need to make.
Well, but we should make a motion on enforcing, a separate motion. The update you're talking about, yeah, we could wait till we're on that.
Okay, so it currently reads failure to turn in purchasing card receipts shall result in the cancellation of the purchasing card. Should I say failure to turn in purchasing card receipts and enter into my viewpoint within 30 days of purchase shall result in the cancellation of the purchasing card?
You wanna say may?
I think I'd use may.
Yeah, it says shall right now,
Cancellation.
so, okay.
My other concern is, if you put a department's card on hold, do they have another avenue to make charges? So let's just say a department's got 3 cards, and then, you know, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, and they just go and use somebody else's card, they just let that one sit there. Does this have enough bite to it?
At that point in time, I feel like that's maybe a personnel issue, but
Well, I mean, yeah.
I-
See where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Somebody just use a different card that they already got from whatever.
Well, does this, using a stick on the policy have to go through personnel too? Like if we're gonna make the motion to abide by the rules, but using the powers that be to start putting cards on hold, do we need to send that to?
well, it's already in the
Personnel.
financial procedures manual.
We're just adding a time limit to it.
Right.
We're putting the
But
30
it
days.
hadn't been followed, so you guys are the ones that are gonna have to deal with this in personnel when everybody starts complaining.
I don't know. It'd still be a finance issue.
Well, having a
but
county
the
credit card
cards
is
come
not
through
a
here.
right, it's a privilege.
I mean, it would still fall underneath the finance committee, I think, would it not? I mean, the only way personnel's gonna get involved is if you have someone who's violating this policy, and then it ends up that person gets a write-up or something. Then I would think it would end up in personnel.
I was just checking, I don't wanna open up a can that you're gonna have to deal with on another.
No, I think we've got the finance has the power to do what they want with the credit cards. This point, but I mean, when it comes to a personnel issue with a certain individual not following the rules, then yeah, that's gonna end up with the personnel.
We don't dish out penalties for abuse.
We can recommend that it goes to personnel at the time. If it comes down to it. If we have a habitual offender and the department head doesn't do anything, then I guess finance can recommend that it be looked at. I don't see why not. So.
We just have to go.
So now we probably should have a motion to have Jamie send out a memo and then finance committee and herself.
So it's not all on her.
Finance committee on.
So that they have until,
Do you think 30 days is adequate in all circumstances, or do you think 45 days? There may be time.
Well, we put May, so if someone comes in with a legitimate, hey, I was sick for a week, we put May. So I like where Randy did that. It may include up to cancellation of your card, of that.
if that charge is hitting your card though, there's no reason.
But I mean, life happens, but this 4 or 6 month, I mean, I think we need to try to enforce the 30 days, because if we retrain people, I think it'll
Makes
save.
the process more difficult too.
Right.
Come January, we're gonna have a lot of bills.
Oh, yeah, end of the year,
By
but
this
this
year.
got money left, if they do. So, you know how it goes, the office chairs come through, the pens and pencils.
You probably should have a motion to, send a memo out.
Well, I'll make a motion to set it up, but I don't know, the time frame is what's bothering me. I don't know about May. Why is May so magic?
What do you mean?
No, by the end of January.
But she wants everything caught up from this year by the end of January, and then 30 after that, or whatever date we get the finance book updated, it'll go to 30 days. Right? Or do you want that in this motion?
Well, by the end of January, they should have their credit cards caught up and be getting all invoices entered in within 30 days of the purchase.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll second that.
Okay, Tony made a motion,
Yeah.
is there a second?
I will.
By Jim. Any more discussion? Gary?
I guess I was here for 9 and 11, I guess I'm here, but I guess I was unaware of this, but it sounds like it was computers, so it sounds like it's the IT department.
I'm not hearing you,
Oh,
Gary.
it sounded like it was computers, so it sounded like it's the IT department, is that correct?
One of them.
It sounds like there's multiple departments.
Okay, I'm just, I guess I was unaware of it, being as the IT department head, I guess if I would've known about it, I would've pushed them to get them in on time, but, I guess a simple email would've been nice
There's been several.
to me.
Trying to look at here. I guess maybe you weren't copied in the June ones, but as a department head too, it's your responsibility to monitor those credit card statements to make sure that all of the invoices are in as well.
But I can see the point of though, if we're gonna hold the department head accountable, he should be the one that's at least copied at the very least in the email.
Can I say something? Today, we spent over an hour on the phone with Bugs trying to figure out his invoices. Now elections are coming, and I got a person taking some time off work. I can't do them anymore. We helped Shar out, I just can't do them. But I think if the department head is doing those invoices and entering them in, it reminds them what they have to do. If they're doing their work, it reminds them, if if they're in front of you, you gotta get them entered. But if somebody else is doing for you, I think it just gets forgotten.
Slips through the cracks.
Slips through the cracks, yeah. But we're not gonna have time to do them, cause, I'm only gonna have 2 of us. So that's gonna change.
But that's not, you only have to do the ones for your department.
No,
But I mean,
we're helping Shar out because she can't keep.
Well, it's not Charmaine's job to be doing that either.
No.
But
but, as far as your responsibility is over your department, so I mean, if you're not,
They're not
I
my
mean, if
invoices.
somebody has time and they wanna help somebody else, that's fine, but if you don't have time,
Right.
I think it's gonna hold you accountable for somebody else's department.
Right, so we're just trying to help out, but
Well, each department should be responsible somehow for their own invoicing. Period. However they decide to get it handled.
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem if, a department
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Gary, did you say you were looking at, 9 and 11 here on the ARPA funds?
Yes,
We could take those, Trails End ARPA request to reallocate funds from boardwalk to pavilion, and there is a resolution, I think, the original was for total was 55,000, but then they came in $7,149.34 more. But we're taking money on, there is some, let's see here, how would well, the boardwalk was, came in 11,600 under, so that's where the money's gonna come from then, right? Is that it?
Yes, so just transferring, $7,149.34 from the Trails End Boardwalk allocation to the pavilion. $7,149.34.
Any concerns here? I'll make that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Jim, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by
Randy
Tony.
has one sign.
Any other discussion? Not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. And number 11 is an additional ARPA request to forward to county board, fairgrounds, restrooms. So, can you tell me that was, there were no,
I didn't print, I gave that one to you guys last month,
Oh, yeah.
and you wanted more information, and I didn't, I can go print it if you need me to, but I didn't have any more information,
Is it in the email? No?
from last month's, yes.
so there's no update from,
I don't have any,
what do you need, I guess, that's what I'm asking, I don't know what you need.
I
What
thought
do you
Phil
want?
had called you on that.
So the question came, to last time, if, like the examples you gave before were in Texas, you know, where you were using them. So the questions were more geared towards if you were able to get hold of somebody in Wisconsin that uses them, to get a little better idea of how they would hold up in the winter time.
So I seen there was, one for sale in Spring Valley, Wisconsin, and that, I know there's another company that sells them out of Queens, New York. I mean, their temperatures are roughly the same as Wisconsin, and that.
Would they have, so any of these companies, would you be able to reach out to see if, you know, maybe they have a customer in Ashland or wherever that uses these or has bought them and be able to reach out to, you know, whoever uses them out there and say, you know, are these holding up, or, you know, it's cold, how are they actually functioning using them? I mean, just the company being out of the area, they might have some other precautions they're having to do, you know, they gotta take them down in the winter time and store them, or.
Yep.
Or I guess functionally, and even if we're not on like we don't have to make a decision like in the next month or two, right? We got a few months to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is if you purchase them, I mean, they're gonna come set up and equipped. The biggest thing is we have to prep, you know, a slab and, sewer pipe and electrical and all that.
Which should probably be more spring for that part.
Correct.
Yeah, I would see if there's a way to see how somebody has it set up somewhere in Wisconsin to, just, you know, are they gonna take them down, or do they have to build something around so stuff doesn't freeze? You know, if you got plumbing, I'm sure they're winterizing them.
You'd have to winterize them, and then you'd shut the water off, shut the power off, everything, you know, because they'd be temporary. You wouldn't be using them in the winter time.
This is like a pre-done deal?
Yeah.
So it'll have a male and female restroom, I mean, it'll all be like one big building, or
It's
a
a-
couple
it's a-
buildings put together?
It'd be a unisex bathroom with a shower in it.
Did we have the pictures at the last finance, or was that just at property?
That was just at property.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it here.
I kinda have a black and white one.
I've seen it at property, but Jimmy.
They were individual
Have we
units.
seen it, or these?
Yes.
You could stack them up, I mean, you could put
I
3, 4, 6, whatever you want.
So how big's it gonna roughly be when they're all done?
They're not real huge.
What would you ask for?
roughly around 8, what's that?
Was it 8 of them?
Well, I think you guys wanted to go 8 before, 6 or 8.
Yeah.
And that, so I actually found another company that's probably about $1,000 cheaper. Actually, this one here is $5,400. They're out of Queens, New York, and that, so I mean,
What company was that?
it is Centurion Logistics.
God, you'd think Queens, New York, they must be selling some
Yeah,
Canada and everything else.
Well, you see, these ones got they're patent pending.
Oh,
When I use them in Texas, I mean, they work slick, but, it's black and white crap.
no, that's fine. So what are the walls kinda made out of?
It's, you know what a Conex box is, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what it is, but just finished on the inside.
What
So
now?
it must be like a 4-inch wall type deal or something.
I would assume, I don't think they're insulated or nothing like that. But, you can get them you can actually buy them on Amazon. The quote I gave you last time was, for $7,000, but you can get them on Amazon for $72.50, free shipping. But this one here
It
is,
was a 2-day prime?
Centurion Logistics.
so this one here's got, so I couldn't print this off, I had to take a screenshot of it or a picture of my phone, because they have the rights to it, so I imagine they have a,
Oh, would it be cheating?
a patent or whatever on it, probably.
Yeah.
But it's $5,400 for this one, and but they charge shipping, so I thought shipping was around $400 a piece. So it'd still be cheaper than that other one.
And what's the dimensions on that one?
I think they're roughly like 8 by 8 by 8.
And then you'd have all the individual, stalls.
Yes.
You'd have 8 different
Lockable, yep, and then,
lockable
and
things.
they're, you just, it's got a discharge, just like a camper, sewage discharge,
Hook it up to
and then
Like a
water hookup.
a food tank or whatever you want to call it.
And you guys are thinking up to 8 of them?
Is that what we figured out?
Well, I don't think we actually settled on a number, we talked about 6 or 8. But, you have to have a slab prepared where you set all it, 6 or 8 on.
It's got a
Hook
shower.
them up individually to the sewer.
How much are those, Gary?
That's 50.
You said 53,969.
I'm wondering, are we gonna have to anchor these down somehow?
They have just tie downs, but I would just use wedge bolts if we pour a concrete slab, I would just use
Bolt
wedge
it right into
bolts.
the concrete, right? Yeah.
And then what I would like, if we got 8 of them, we put 4 of them side by side, and then the plumbing would be so easy to hook up and everything,
With, if I remember right, with the concrete and installation, all that, we spent around
90,000.
compared to what was the
300.
state approved bathroom so far.
300 plus, I think it was.
Problem is, the other one I know is really expensive and,
But it works, right?
yeah. That's what always gets me about this stuff, they make us jump through hoops and have all this special engineering fee that we did for that $300,000 room, but yet they're okay with us putting up a $5,000 heat shelter that we're gonna bolt to the concrete.
Right.
I was just trying to find a way to save you guys money.
Yeah.
No, it's not a bad idea.
It would be a
And that-
considerable cost maybe.
I would actually prefer probably a full blown one, cause then you could leave it heated and everything. And that, but
You're gonna need to eat it.
you don't really need to, but I mean, it'd be, if they start, booking weddings in wintertime or something like that,
What do you do now, drain them, the ones that are out there?
we gotta flush the whole system in the fairgrounds.
With our antifreeze or whatever?
300 gallon, we get 300 gallons of,
300 gallons?
Yeah.
It takes to flush it?
well, everything.
Wow.
So what's our next step here? Go to the property or property had it yet or?
Property had it. They've had it.
Thing is, I think they're waiting on that report back from the state. And if we're not gonna build a building, we went for state approved plans and we paid for it.
Yeah, wasn't that $3,500 or whatever, or what?
I don't know, whatever it was, but
8,000.
yeah,
8,000?
I don't remember what it was, but the point is, we're not gonna use it, then why should we wait on it?
Well, we already paid for it.
But we haven't gotten them.
You'll get them here before the end of the year, next property you'll get it. He actually contacted me and he said, best time for bidding would be January or February, basically.
Well, maybe we should take it up to January.
If you got 8,000 invested already in engineering plans, I think we might as well, my thought is, we might as well at least get our plans out of the deal.
Fine, I mean, we're not gonna need these things anyway till next, what, May?
Yeah,
June?
you could order these things in April and they'd probably be here in time for the fair.
Yeah,
I mean, it would come down to that.
If you ordered them today, 2 days it'd be here.
Oh, really, that quick? Oh, well,
As of right now, unless the, pipeline boom gets going.
And then they're out of stock or something.
Yep.
Although there is multiple options now too, before we're just talking about the one.
those almost seem like, and I'm not begrudging any work either, those almost seem like they're kinda, and you would know better because you used them down in Texas. They're kinda like a disposable type thing, I mean, in a sense.
They're portable. That's what they're made to be, is portable.
And they're pretty durable, I mean, the ones you saw down there, I mean, cause I'm sure pipeline guys were, I mean, when you guys hauled them around, you probably weren't the most gentle with them.
I mean, they use them in man camps, a lot of man camps and stuff like that, So, I
Okay.
mean, they're durable. It's just
Was it a deal where you could almost like open the door and just go in there if one got bad or something, you just power wash it out? I suppose everything was probably all
Pretty much.
sealed, yeah.
pretty much. We're gonna have it, it's finished and that, if you looked up that Century Logistics and hooked up to the TV, you could see them, it shows a bunch of diagrams and a bunch of, other stuff. If that's possible, if you want to.
I don't know, my thought is, we got that 8,000 and that engineering plan, it'd be nice to drag our feet here a little bit before we buy these
well, the
stuff.
money's spent.
Right. Let's at least get some plans out of it, and then you guys can decide whether, which avenue you wanna go.
See right here, just the Amazon one, as soon as you purchase it, it'll ship in 3 to 4 days,
Oh, wow.
so, and they're in stock, so.
You have to put it together, or does it already come set up?
I'd assume it comes pretty much assembled.
How heavy are they, Gary, do you know?
What I have here doesn't say, but I would venture to guess, 1,500 to 2,000 pounds.
Handle them here, so.
Skidster, yep.
Where do we wanna go with this now?
That's up to you guys, if you want me to print that resolution again, I can. It's the one that came last month, but
No, Jim, you talked about the, plans that are out, we haven't gotten them back.
That's my, yeah, we approved $8,000 for plans for doing a structure.
I gave,
I'm thinking we should wait for the plans, we got the money and made in them, so I'd like to, I mean, I guess my personal opinion is we do nothing on this at the present moment.
Like,
Right.
hold off for a couple
We
months.
hold it up for January, February somewhere.
Yeah, there's probably no hurry on it.
No.
Doesn't sound like it's a huge hurry, I mean, if they ship them rather, like you said, I guess the downside would be is if the oil boom took off again in the sand plants, but I don't see that happening like within the next few months, but who knows?
Not by February, you don't think?
not in a year, not until a year.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, we'll put this on hold then for this month and probably look at it again in January,
We want January, we want February.
February.
I'm thinking February, I think property, my personal opinion, property needs to look at these building plans and see what we wanna do with
What's the status? Who has them? Is it?
He's gonna
it.
have
Sounded like he might have
by
it
the end of the year, probably, right?
So I gave property, I don't know, a couple, 3 months ago, a preliminary set of drawings, and that, but I don't have the final ones back yet, but it was, bet you it was 90% complete.
Well, if you have the plans and you can get a fairly decent estimate on a project.
Yeah, I don't,
Anybody has second thoughts?
we'd have to put RFP out you know, with the drawings, get quotes right away.
Well, why don't we do it that way, then we'll kind of look at those plans, or look to, that we, you know, we should receive them, and then kind of, property can go over them, and then perhaps in February, you know, make a move.
It's plenty, I think it's plenty early to do it, plenty enough time.
Okay, that's what we'll do then. Yeah, thanks, Gary.
You guys need me for anything else on here at all?
I don't think so.
Can I look at that, Century one again? I just wanna make sure you got the right website.
Yep. It's actually healthcare.
Okay, we'll move on to number 3, which is the public records request policy.
Have a good night, everyone.
You.
We're not gonna.
Nothing else? Resolution to amend public records fee schedule.
So that one is, fee schedule is posted on the doors, of most offices, and the current, media is at $2, and we'd like to have it at, the actual cost.
When you talk about a removable media, is it like a flash drive or a CD or?
The wording is maybe a little bit vague.
Ashley, you said the wording is vague. I would tell them.
Okay, so you'd have a schedule then.
I'd have to email him, yeah, and I get it from Bugs. He has the actual stuff.
So like, for instance, Brandy, flash drives come in different like sizes. You can get like an 8 gigabyte or a 64 gigabyte, and there's a substantial cost difference between the storage amounts.
Depends what you're using.
Yeah.
So, if you have a fee schedule established for public records requests, somebody makes a public records request, how do you assure they're getting paid for it, or don't you give them the don't you fulfill that request until they pay the fee? Guess what?
That's right. They have to pay the fee.
And you have to pay it in advance. Well, if they don't wanna pay it, what happens to that request? It just dies?
They went through all the work to put it together, and
Yeah, I
give an
know.
estimate, and then it just, yeah.
Well, I'm
sits there.
saying, you
So
make
wait,
public
we waste the
records
county's time.
requests. You make a public records request, so you look at it and you say, well, it's gonna be so many pages or whatever this is what's gonna cost you. Without going into all the details of the request, and you don't wanna pay that amount. Say it's gonna be $50 for, I don't know, 14 pages or whatever it is. So you email them, text them back, or answer them and say, well, this is what it's gonna cost you. You don't wanna pay it, you don't give it to them, is that it?
Right.
They should be. Agree.
So there's no difference whether they get it by paper or they get it electronic.
Right.
Cause the paper had to be printed to redact.
What I'd like to know is how many hours are getting billed for by legal to look over stuff that never transpires.
On the most recent request, Rich probably had half an hour to an hour into it. The executive director of HHS
Had three.
had 3 hours. I had half an hour to an hour. Connie had about the same amount. It was
Probably a good hour, yeah.
And what's our rate with our legal right now?
85 an hour.
But he looks over pretty much everything, right? So that all goes into behind the scenes on this policy here. And all we charge, so what are you allowed to charge?
Only for the pages that were printed, I can't charge for redact.
So you
Yeah,
charge
charge
for
for
the
your
pages
time.
that are printing, and if they want it on a flash, in that case, you just charge for the flash?
No, we still had to print the documents so we could redact.
You didn't have
Okay.
to.
But didn't you say if
But
we
you
did
didn't
like
have
a PDF, you could redact on the PDF,
On
right?
that program, but not,
Yes, you can.
you can't do it on,
When you have these electronic documents, you can put a text box over it and reprint it to another PDF, but those layers are still electronically in there, so if somebody's got some sort of expertise in,
Is there a way that it
Well,
can be done like a Word document?
like,
Cause Word document would be easier to redact than a PDF, right?
Well, when we're dealing with
matter.
emails, we can't put it into a Word.
Oh, gotcha.
Jim,
You
do you
tell
have
me you
any
can't charge
insight
for
on
your
this?
time.
nope.
No, I know what she's talking about with Jerry and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Location, I
I
can.
put in about an hour helping Jerry
Yeah,
as well.
Locating, so if Bugs, if somebody's asking for 2 months worth of emails, okay? First thing I do is I go to Bugs. How long is this gonna take you? He usually tells me under an hour. Well, it's the lowest burden rate in that department. Even though he's doing the work, it's the lowest burden rate. So that's like $30 an hour.
Even so, but you can't charge for that, 30?
No,
That's what I'm saying, so if somebody can tie you up, just out of, just for harassment purposes, if you wanna call it that, which it is.
Oh my
you know,
God.
Just, they can make request after request after request.
Harassment.
And, there's no,
That's insulting.
no recourse for it.
No.
That's wrong, it's bothering me. Tie up their time. And whoever else's time.
Really?
There ought to be some,
everything goes through corporation counsel, everything.
But generally, if, you said if you know it's over a certain amount, you tell them right away anyways, right?
Well, I tried to, but see, HHS went and printed all that stuff off. So it just got out of hand. Cause we didn't talk in between there.
Right? Not my
There
fault.
You can-
So not my
I mean,
fault.
I could understand.
Right?
You not knowing that HHS was gonna take so long, if I assumed it was gonna cost, I don't know the numbers, but let's say I was gonna assume, let's say I was,
$52.50.
was the assumption from the beginning? Or was that after the fact? Cause if I assumed it was like a $5 deal, and then all of a sudden it got to 50, can you, if somebody doesn't wanna buy the copies now.
I need to
it's
give an
worth-
estimate, but then I usually get in trouble. Okay.
Right, but what I'm saying is if you give an estimate, that's way higher than the estimate.
Or way
Then we're talking
lower.
about, well, somebody should have to buy it. Well, if they didn't know it was gonna be so high,
so,
I mean, if I came in thinking it was gonna be
But if I give an estimate and I'm incorrect, then I'm in trouble.
If your estimate's high, not in
If
trouble.
my estimate's higher, I'm still in trouble.
But
I
then,
mean, I can't, there's no
but then
win
it
here.
may be perceived too that you're.
That's why it would be nice to have something else to do this with, because then it's just persistent.
If your
It's
estimate,
consistent,
if-
consistent,
so if
consistent.
your estimate's high, the problem becomes, the perception is you're trying to discourage me, right?
Yeah, and
Right,
I'm
but
not,
It's $100, cause you're just going
I
high.
don't do that,
And I'm just saying, but that's why you
No,
can't really
you
get
didn't tell me
high,
anything.
estimate high
Right.
either, is what you're saying, right?
right.
why can't you raise your fee schedule higher? What says you can't? I mean, what if you wanna
State
say,
law?
we're gonna charge you $7 a page?
I don't think you can do that.
so it's,
What do you mean you can't do it?
Tony, state statute dictates we can't charge above our actual direct costs.
Unless we have a fee schedule.
Unless what?
Unless you have a fee schedule.
That's what I'm talking about, it's a fee schedule. Raise the fee schedule.
Well, right now it's 25 cents a page. Well, that's,
I don't even cover the
that's,
time to walk over to the printer.
That's from
but it's
statute,
not
isn't it?
for my time, it's for the paper, that you have to keep that in mind. We need to serve the public. That's what we're here for.
You're here to serve all the public,
I know,
not select you.
it's part of the job.
That's right.
And so, a lot of times I'll come to Ashley and I'll say, you know, if we get a public records request, you know, the one thing that we try to do is be very good about putting packets on, putting agendas on, putting, we never put draft minutes on before, we've done all that. And, when it comes to the hospital stuff, try to get that uploaded so everybody can see it, not just one person, we want everybody to see that stuff.
Appreciate
So you're saying that if a department puts in an hour on a project, on an open records request, if I'm understanding?
Locating,
Okay. But you do not charge, even though it's the lowest hourly rate in that department, that does not get charged to the individual who does the open records request?
if it's gotta be over $50.
So what if there's 5 people involved throughout the courthouse
Probably
that do
over.
it? Like the instance that was just exampled here. I
You
mean,
can't
Rich alone
You can't,
had
no,
a half hour to an hour,
he wasn't part of locating.
so only on the locating part of it. After
And-
that, the work that goes into it is just null and void. Okay.
Well, what we need here is a motion to forward this to the county board, and so.
This resolution.
So, what is the assumption, so right now we're going $2 per week?
Charge the actual cost.
Right, okay, so let's say I have a 8 gigabyte flash drive, how much are you getting?
Whatever he tells me.
Who?
Bugs.
Where are you getting an 8 gig flash drive for these days?
What do they need?
Depends, I'd like to buy them in larger bulks, we get better prices.
Sometimes it's $4, sometimes it's.
I'd say most of them lately have been around 3 or so. But I do a lot of Black Friday shopping, I'm kind of a cheapskate that way.
See, the place where this becomes a little more complicated now is if you have the $2, I know what it costs, right? But let's say Bugs did Black Friday shopping this time and the next time, he ordered something in a hurry because he forgot to. Now you have a variable cost
That's
for
called,
the same flash drive.
but costs go up and down all the time. They do in every instance. I mean,
Part of the reason she's saying though too is why should someone, if I understood it correctly, why should someone who's asking for a minute amount of information on a small flash drive,
Have to pay for the.
and then someone who needs something much larger, says they want camera information or whatever, which takes up more flash drive, why should they both be paying the
Right,
same?
because right now,
Flash drive
the
is
way
much
it
more
says is
expensive.
$2 per flash drive. Well, would we be better coming up with this much per 8 gig?
Actual cost would be great.
Because you don't know, do you wanna have to update this every 6 months when prices
Right.
change? Because they're gonna get an estimate before we actually fulfill that open records request of, this is what we estimate the cost would be for cost of locating plus the USB drive.
Oh,
A year from now, there could be another COVID and we'll have a shortage of flash drive. It could go up to $10.
In other words,
You don't know.
you tell them
Buy it again.
what it's gonna, estimate's gonna cost, and if they refuse to pay it, then you don't have to give it to them.
Are those all recent?
What's a removable drive?
That's it, flash drive.
Or it could be a disk
Yes, yeah.
or external hard drive if it's something
Like
that's-
gigantic, yeah.
so the specific items in question were never emailed out with an estimate.
Well, we
Okay,
need
somebody wanna make a motion to forward this to the county board?
Liar.
well,
A motion by Tony, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jim. Any other discussion?
Is this all that, I guess my main question is this all that needs to be discussed with this policy that's going to county board?
Yes.
Okay.
You can hash it, we can beat it.
Is
County
a
board too.
liar.
That's fine, let's go
No,
to,
no, no.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The motion carries. All right, we'll go back to,
Comprehensive plan.
schedule, comprehensive plan.
Oh, your favorite.
Yeah. Last month, we talked a little bit about, Jamie, I think you had a possibility of getting an intern. And
Yes.
Like I said before, we had, when we'd done this plan here back in 2010, I think we approved it. That's what we did. We had 2 interns working on that, and we saved a pot full of money.
Yeah,
So I don't know I don't know if we've even located our plan here.
yeah, so we do have the plan, we've had that for,
A long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it on the internet anywhere?
Yes.
It is?
It's on the development site, Rusk County Development site.
I'll email you a link. So we are getting our step worker, and he starts on the 28th of this month. But he's only gonna be working, like 2 half days a week. So for like 8 hours, and he's only here through March, so I don't think it's a real viable option to have him work on that comprehensive plan. Maybe some things, like if we do outsource it and they need some data gathered on our end. But he's coming, he wants to get the experience with accounting and kind of get his feet wet there. So, that's probably not going to be an option. I did email you a couple of examples that Ashley was able to get from Sheldon.
Yeah, the Regional Planning Commission is working on 2, one for Bayfield County and one for Burnett County. And those are about 61,000 and 51,000 respectively. So, and it just depends on a lot of, I think those are probably maybe top of the line updates there. It's, involving the public, public meetings and sending out notices and letters and surveys and stuff like that. So, it depends on how much we wanna get involved. I know the last comprehensive plan, when this thing came out, it was in a budget bill and it was a mandate. And we were upset over that, but we had to do it, so. The argument was, for small counties, really it's, not really beneficial to, small counties like us. Your bigger urban counties, it has to do with zoning and land use planning, different things. There's about 7 elements in that plan, so I don't know how involved we wanna get.
Well, if that's the case, do we need it too? I mean, I know that.
Legally, we have to update it, correct?
What?
Legally, we
Well,
have to update it, correct?
Yeah, it's, you're not gonna get penalized, but I think the
We should have it done.
downside is that if you don't have it, somebody could come in and say, well, this is not in your plan. You wanna put a trailer court here, you didn't say anything in your plan that you can do that. And so, you can kinda get a setback like that, so. But as far as legalities, Washburn County done one, they haven't approved it to this date, that's 13 years ago. The county board just, no, we're not doing that.
That's not legally, we
I
have
think
to.
they're probably the only county that did that, but.
And how many years, how many years is it good for?
10 years.
10 years.
When we passed it here, there was a lot of pushback from the county board here too. Not, I would say a lot, but some. I said, look, you're probably gonna pass this thing, you're gonna put it on a shelf, and that's where it's gonna stay, and that's exactly what happened, so.
Who was the push,
Really wasn't a big use for it, so.
who was the pushback for the former board on it?
Who?
No, what was the reasoning for the pushback? Do you remember?
I think maybe control, afraid of, losing control of land use, control zoning, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest issue.
So I guess, what do you think we need to do to update it and fluff it up a little bit and put it back on the shelf?
That's
so
what I was
that
kinda
we're not-
wondering about, yeah. But that's about it.
Fluff it up.
Well, I mean, let's dust off the cover and change a couple pages and put it back, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
go
what it's
through it,
good for.
because there's a lot of demographics, you know, like acres of agricultural land and populations of the different communities. Those are things that, you know, would need to be updated.
Which probably aren't huge changes from 10 years ago.
I would agree, yeah, not a lot, so.
I think our population went down actually. Cause it's like the most recent year in here is 15,347.
See, there's a number that would have to be changed.
So can they do can the regional planning committee do a soft touch, so to speak, and bring up this
I
stuff?
think so, yeah, I think they can.
Why don't we ask them? I mean, are you on that?
I'm on the committee, yes.
Can you see if we can get some type of an estimate from them to bring it up to date? Because that doesn't sound like anybody really here has time.
I have talked to Sheldon about it, and yeah, he's kinda said, it kinda depends on what you want. How involved, you know, you wanna get, how in-depth you wanna get to.
Ask them if there's a $3,000 option.
Or maybe about a 50.
1,500?
50, well, I'd go along with that.
I mean, we might as well get it done. I guess is my thought, but it'd be nice to do it the most economically, but yet
Yeah, I hate to spend, you
to
know,
provide the information that someone needs if they ask for it.
Like Randy said, if it goes back on the shelf.
Well, it's probably going to.
How much do you wanna spend on it?
Well,
Every 10 years, you gotta drag it out and dust it off.
I'm thinking if we let it go farther and farther and farther, it's probably just gonna cost us more and more and more to update.
But the duster.
Right, it'll require more changes.
Yeah.
but if, you know, I can talk to Sheldon about, you know, like you say, fluff it up, and, for minimal.
See what he says?
But take a look at, you know, if you guys get a chance, kind of, you know, thumb through it and see what you think. There, you know, the different sections, I know there's land use planning, there's agriculture, transportation,
What about we make a public committee and the public comes in and they get to,
probably not.
put that in there.
John Fitzel said that it might affect our federal funds. He's the one that brought it.
I don't know, it's possible. Although this is a state requirement, not a federal, so.
Right, and it's kind of like with forestry, we have to have our use plan for forestry.
Yeah.
So it's the same with the comprehensive plan, that needs to be in like conjunction with our land use ordinances.
State officials, and federal, they wanna see that you're thinking ahead.
Yeah.
And, you know, if we do it, then I think we do send it to the state for their approval, and we did that before, and it was fine, so.
I think we should though review it, like any other one where they have their different reviews and stuff. So that we don't, if we look over it and we don't find something was bad wording and we get stuck doing something we don't wanna do.
I think that was the fear, you know, years back.
Oh, see, here I am now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how some of these projections turned out too.
Right, because it goes right to 2025, which is
I
basically
think
where we're
most of
at.
that projections had us increasing in population, didn't it, if I remember correctly? It's been a while since I looked at ours.
Yeah, I just was looking at the one by townships.
It's interesting to look at.
Yeah, it did have us increasing. The proposal, so that's interesting.
Actually, when I talked to Sheldon, I think he couldn't recall if he had a copy of ours or not, but did he say anything to you if he had a?
Yeah, he has the copy, they looked it over, and then they need us to come back with a scope of work before they can give us
Okay.
an estimate.
How about they give us an estimate, what this is the scope we can do?
Well, it's kind of
That
what
is
he
my
did for
point.
Burnett and Bayfield. You know, their detailed invoices is there.
Kinda sounds like they're going in depth with their updates.
Right, it very much involving the public.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with involving the public, but, you know, it's, we did when we drew this up in the first place, there were some public meetings, I don't think we had much participation. I think we did send out a survey. People sent those surveys back. Those surveys are probably on record, somewhere.
It's not a bad idea though, I mean, if the public looks at this as the direction we're heading, even though it might be on the shelf and we might not even know what it says, they might wanna have some meetings and have some say in it too, you know, you just show up and at least voice their concerns, and probably having the guy here to explain it, probably already says what their concerns are anyways.
And there wouldn't be anything wrong with having a public hearing on it, so.
We're all still staying at 15,000.
Maybe since a lot of this is related to economic development, do you think we could even use mining funds to pay for?
That's a good point, why not? It's tied in with economic development, is it not, the comprehensive plan?
Well, those mining funds now, does the city have a say in how we use those?
No,
That's
that's,
30 years.
no, what we have on our books is our money, yeah.
I don't see why it couldn't.
It is if a business comes to town, they may ask for that.
Okay, well, I will talk to Sheldon again and see how.
Shake them down a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm gonna take off the, flat cap, cause that's why I've been putting it on here in case we do move forward with that, but, if we could potentially use mining funds, then we wouldn't need to use those other grant funding sources to pay for this.
I don't see why not, Okay, how about updates to financial procedures manual? We did some of that last.
Yes. No, I just kinda wanna quickly go over, I'll just do it at the top. And also, we have proposed moving the highway dollar threshold from 300,000 to 500,000, but they haven't passed a resolution yet, so that needs to come as a resolution from highway to go to county board to change that, so I can't include that change in here yet. And I
I
don't
would
know
almost
when.
leave that as a separate, since it involves a
Right, it could be a separate
resolution.
update, yeah.
So I would do, if we do the updates to this, I would say we leave out the highway part, and that could be changed per the update to the resolution, cause the
Right.
resolution says 300,000, right, so they have to
Right.
come back with an amended resolution.
Right, that's why I just changed it back to the 300,000 in here. So, yeah. So I just updated the petty cash here to the amounts that are actually there, changed junior fair to fair. Just kinda updated the wording here, it said that deposits are made at the date by the clerk of court. I also added or a deputy of the clerk of court, cause if the clerk of court's not there, somebody else needs to make deposits. Got rid of the word junior in the junior fair. Got rid of the triad account because that was closed in 2020.
Man, that triad, what are we doing there?
That account was closed in 2020, so we no longer have that account. So I'm just getting rid of
Triad still exists, or doesn't it?
I thought it,
Or not?
I don't think so. It'd be a question for Nancy Hahn, but that account and all the funds related to it were closed out in 2020.
I just wondered.
Added the ambulance checking account to this, the housing loan accounts, cause we have bank accounts for those. Which we've covered in the last two meetings, just adding or deputy treasurer for the deposits. There, change the word initial to approved. Just change the reconciliation of the bank accounts are completed by a member of the finance department staff. So we kinda have that divvied up a little bit. Changing the voting fair as well. changing spelling for my viewpoint, here I just changed, the procedures for entering in payments because
Wait, what is my viewpoint now?
my viewpoint is our software that we enter in invoices and electronically route those.
Okay.
So instead of somebody giving us a signed invoice, like for example, they get entered in and routed electronically, so.
So you can go through, like, even when we do the bills, you can look those up on the, MyView
So then you can see
and see what the actual bill was.
and you can see who entered it in when with the electronic approvals. So that was just kind of updating that process. We had changed credit card vendors, so the due dates have changed with that changing of the credit card vendor. So I'm just updating that wording. There. Just changing the spelling and formatting. This is the change that we talked about with the credit cards. Entering it in within 30 days, neighbors, if they failure to do that. I just changed changed it from Wells Fargo to the credit card vendor here because we no longer use Wells Fargo, we have US Bank now.
And if we leave it as credit card vendor rather than naming every time if something
Want
happens.
within and free 30, don't you?
Yep, thank you. So there's that, just get rid of severance tax due state because that was the loan that we used to take for forestry that we're no longer taking. So that no longer is relevant here, getting rid of the word junior. I added to so this is the listing of invoices that do not require finance department approval prior to payment, and I added invoices approved by joint management or property committees, because if joint management or properties are already signing off on the expenditure, they should be making sure that it's, within the budget or has funds available. It seems kind of redundant to also send it to this, to have the payment contingent upon this committee, but that's up to you guys. And honestly, when you look at your payment approval reports, you don't know which of those invoices necessarily aren't getting paid unless you sign that in the meeting. But these are included in that now, but right now they don't get paid until after you guys approve it, but it's already been approved by property committee or joint management. And then, just adding vehicle registration, to this as well, not requiring your guys' approval prior to sending that in.
So you're saying that if another committee already approves an invoice, sometimes it doesn't matter if we approve it or not? That we just said?
No, I'm not really saying that, I'm just saying that if that committee's doing their job, they should already be asking the questions that you guys would.
Right.
So
But
if it's.
finance still is supposed to oversee, the
Right.
general consensus oversee all of the expenses for the county, no matter
Yes,
what.
they'll still show up on your
Okay.
payment approval report, it's just that the payment going out the door is no longer contingent upon your guys' approval. So, and sometimes the timing of it doesn't work out great, like, if joint management had a meeting and they approved, doing this work, it could delay that payment by maybe 2 months, before that check goes out. But if you guys don't wanna change that, I can delete it out, it kinda seemed redundant to me.
No, I think it's still showing up on our reports. If we question something bad enough, we can still dig into it farther.
That sentence there, to me, it's not complete. Invoices approved by joint management or property.
Okay, so this up here says prior approval by finance committee is not required on the following invoices. So then this is the list,
Okay,
sorry.
now I understand.
Okay, so then this is the training and travel, we talked about this quite extensively at the last 2 meetings. About, kind of putting timeframes in there for meal periods, and examples. Is there any more questions about that?
I'm not going down there.
Okay, thank you.
Go back to that. Nice try. I still don't like the time frames in there.
So you don't
Timeframes
want
can be
timeframes, or you
changed.
wanna change them?
Trying to remember the discussion we had on this 2 months ago.
The discussion was,
Okay, I wanna read it.
if somebody says they're eating breakfast and they're leaving after a time when they should have had breakfast. They should have had breakfast at home rather than waiting.
I guess it's fine to put it in there, yeah, I just thought, I have no clue how you're gonna take the time to police it, but. It's still the honor system.
Well, it's just, well,
It's
yes,
just a
but at
friendly
least we have
reminder.
employee, not everybody has the same understanding of what's appropriate and what's not. And if there's no policy to back it up, we can't say, hey, so-and-so leaves their house at, 7 a.m. every morning and claims breakfast, but, they're just going down to Eau Claire. And, it's hard when we don't really have the authority to.
Yeah, the only way you're gonna back this up is if you ask for timestamp receipts. But,
Yeah. I
cause
mean, there's
everybody,
still
someone's
there's
just
still
gonna say, well,
exceptions.
I drive slower, or I stopped to use the restroom once along the way, so I had to leave 15 minutes early. You're never gonna, you know what I mean? The only way you're gonna back it up is timestamp receipts.
Mhm. And the people that are gonna wanna take advantage of it are gonna still take advantage of it, but at least the people that want to, know what's appropriate and follow rules, kinda having a guideline of, okay,
Yeah. No, okay, I'm done. I don't want to put it.
Go back up, you passed over the 30, no, go down. We changed them, I think the mileage should stay at 25 cents, go down a little bit.
Oh, instead of changing it to 30.
Yeah. I think the idea is that, if somebody's taking their personal vehicle, it is doing them a favor, it's more convenient for them. So we're basically helping them no matter what.
Okay, but remember, was he here when we discussed this and figured it out?
I can't remember, we did look at the cost per, for the lowest cost per mile.
Right,
for
we-
South County.
We
I
compared it
remember
against our
discussion about
cost.
mileage that said if it's a convenience for them to do this, that they don't need to
Right, but we
look at all.
compared it against our costs, so if you're gonna have someone, well, I don't know.
But
Talking 5 cents per
they're
mile.
gonna use it because it's more convenient for them. That's why you wanna take your personal vehicle.
No, because they're losing money at 30 cents on your personal vehicle, there's no way you're making
Most of the people
money.
taking their personal vehicles are gonna do it because it's more convenient.
They're gonna do it no matter, they're gonna do it because they want to drive their personal vehicle no matter what.
So whether you change it to 30 or you leave it at 25, it's not gonna make a difference on who's taking their personal vehicles.
I just think it's more fair.
All costs are going up. I mean, it's only 5 cents, so it's not gonna make or break anybody, but I think.
I remember a discussion about mileage where we said it's to people's advantage to be going out on these trails and looking at stuff, so if it's more convenient for them.
That's UTV versus personal vehicle.
We don't need to pay mileage.
This is less than half of the
Yes.
government rate.
Yes.
30 cents still is less than half of the government rate.
And this is not reimbursing for a commute, this is for their actual work-related mileage.
But we're doing them a favor by allowing them to take their personal vehicle. 25 cents is fine.
But they're doing us a favor by not using the company, or by the company.
Right, they're
We have
paying
a
for the
vehicle.
insurance, they're
If
paying
it
for the
sits there-
gas, they're.
If a vehicle sits there and isn't used, we're
It's
not
gonna
gonna,
last us longer.
it's, not necessarily.
How's it not, how's it not gonna last us longer if we don't put
Vehicle
miles
sits
on it?
around and doesn't get used, it's gonna get corroded.
And sometimes it's, yes, for personal convenience, because They don't wanna come to work half an hour early to start up the car so that it can warm up
So
and
they're
thaw out,
still
but their
gonna
car's
do it,
already
we'll
warmed
save the
up.
money, I would say 90% of the time, you're still gonna have the people using it, because it's a convenience.
Do we really wanna relive the Alamo over in Nickel?
Yeah.
Do we really, I mean, if you want to. I know what you're doing. Next.
Moving on.
Okay. So then we just got rid of,
See what I'm doing there though, right, Jim?
This
You
is
understand what I'm doing?
kind of similar to the, adding the joint management and property to that, you know, right now, the way it stands, if more than one person from the same department is going to the same training, they have to go to both their oversight committee for approval and the finance committee, so this is just getting rid of them having to come here as well. If their oversight committee is signing off on it, they're approving more than one person going to the same training. We just added if possible to putting the hotel bill in the county's name, because a lot of hotels, you know, require that to be in an individual name and they don't have a spot to put a company or.
Don't, in most cases though, okay, now there's some, if it's in the county, okay, if a person puts it in their individual name, can they still get, like, a lot of hotels give you a discount because you're a government employee, correct?
Yep, and you can still get
Can
that.
they still get that, no
Yeah,
matter
yeah,
what?
you have to bring the tax exempt certificate when
Okay,
you check in.
so someone has to put it in their own name, the county still is,
Yep.
okay, that was another question, sorry.
This is payroll chapter. Instead of the personnel committee approving all new hires, it's the ad hoc interviewing committee. That's what we've been doing, so it's just kind of like what we're actually doing. All wage adjustments, including but not limited to hourly wage increases, increases in salary stipends, etc. And reclassifications must be approved by the related oversight committee, personnel committee, and the finance committee prior to approval by the county board. It used to say upon recommendation of the personnel and finance committee. So just changing that to upon approval. Personnel committee has the discretion to approve counter offers to retain employees within the approved wage scale without approval of the full county board. And that's so that, you know, we can retain employees, otherwise if we have to, it has to go through full county board.
We might lose that person because they only have, you know, a week or so to get back to their other offer.
And then this is already in existence, the finance director or assistant finance director audits and approves all personnel change notices to ensure accurate setup for payroll processes. We've been doing that, just wasn't reflected in here. New hires are required to be in person to fill out, like, you know, forms. It used to say in the finance department, but changing that to with human resources or their designee. Words, some special circumstances require issuance of a paper check stub, which is processed by the treasurer's office and approved by the finance director. I don't approve any, issuance of checks. I guess technically if we don't issue paper checks for payroll. If we do, it has to go through the accounts payable process, so essentially I guess I do approve those because we have to enter them into our viewpoint, but
Is that what they're meaning by having that worded that way before?
possibly.
Is you pre-approved it?
This is the ACH payroll transactions, pay stubs are delivered electronically.
You could say it pre-approved by the finance director.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could leave that as is, because I technically, you know, we would have to enter it in as an invoice and then I would approve it, cause it would go through I guess I was misunderstanding that.
Yeah, that one, that was a little tricky.
So. Okay, there. Purchasing policies, just got rid of the wording that talked about having central supply, because that was, eliminated back in 2020? I don't remember exactly. And then, we kind of updated wording for individual equipment item purchases over 1,500. Because, it wasn't clear if it was like the entire purchase or just the individual items. This is the actual most recent resolution that set that 300,000 for the highway purchases, so I added that A, and changed it back to the 300, until we get a resolution from the highway committee. Ashley and I went through this last month with you guys, kind of updating the guidelines for quotes and bidding, when quotes, when you're required to get multiple quotes, when it's, required to get bids, and the number of quotes required. Centralizing the clerk's office as the place for receiving bids, with the exception of highway and forestry. Yeah, we went through this last month, and there's been nothing updated to that. I don't know how much you guys wanna look at that part still.
Do we need to put some more on that? I thought we had an issue with 1 or 2 bid procedures this past year. Is that correct? I mean, where they go to the clerk's office and then will be presented at an open, do we need to put more clarification to that?
Okay, so under bid opening procedure, yeah, right there, Jamie, scroll and go down. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so they're to be sealed and stored in the clerk's vault until the advertised opening time, and the bids are to be opened by the project oversight committee.
Okay, I missed the advertised open time, we're good.
Okay.
I was reading the red and I missed a little bit of black.
Sorry.
No, that's still good.
Talking about, which menu bids. I think we talked about that with Jared last month. This was just updating the wording. I think whoever we copied it from was a village, and so we were just updating the wording for the county.
Wait a minute, back up to.
Okay.
Alright.
Just start adding there. We're pretty much there. I don't remember if there's even a lot after that.
Chapter 14.
Chapter 14.
You're-
Yeah, that was just changing the spelling.
16, there's an is,
There's a what?
there's an is.
Oh, it is,
right?
yes. That was a big one. Oh, grants, okay. This is just updating, the responsibility of the department to make sure that the grant award and contract is filed in the clerk's office. Just getting rid of section 125, updating wording to human resources. Changing the, responsible party for the updating inventory and assets to the finance office. Yep, that's it.
Hold on.
So do we need to do something on this, Randy? Forward it to county board?
We could probably have a motion to forward it to the county board for approval.
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
I'm gonna amend it to 25 cents if I second
I'll second.
Motion by Jim, second by Tony. Any other discussion? And, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries.
Did you abstain, Mr. Undershoot?
No, I'm with you.
I thought maybe you'd want a roll call.
All right,
making a point.
number
I gotta say,
7
I
is
held
to
it together
proceed with
pretty well.
litigation against previous ambulance billing company. And we've talked about this one before, still no action or no response
Rich
from them.
said, I talked to Rich about it and he said, just get your guys' approval.
What's Rich's take on it, just to,
He's like, hopefully we can, at least get our data back,
Well, we have no choice, do we?
Right, yeah, he's.
I mean, we've talked about this, I think, for pretty much like the last year and a half at least.
He's
if
like, I
not
don't think
years.
you'll get anything for monetary damages, but like, we just want our data, like, we just need,
no, did you say that they've got data that they should return?
yes.
That's why Jamie asked the question of that guy, what happens to our data if you have it? Yeah, I think it's been pretty much since we started on finance after the last election. I feel like that was like one of the
Oh,
first,
yeah, it was
within
like
the
right
first
out of the
couple of
gate.
months, I feel like we've been dealing with it since then.
So you guys just wanna ask for our data, or should we start out by asking for our data and attorney's expenses?
I guess,
Ask for more than you wish to receive is my motto.
Actually, something like this should be, probably come from the county court. If we're gonna start litigation.
Do you wanna do it as a recommendation to the board?
Yeah. I think we should.
You think? I guess I'm just asking before,
Or we could, run this past Rich and say that, or we could have a motion here to do that, but then kind of let Rich,
guide us at county board how to go about it.
how to proceed.
That might almost have to be closed anyhow. I don't know,
Well,
depending.
I don't think so, if Rich doesn't
Probably
say
not,
anything
'cause
about
we're
this.
Well, you don't wanna give your negotiating power out in open discussion either, so I don't know how
Yeah,
that
cause
works.
if we say we're asking for this and, we might be willing to do this or whatever,
That's almost me.
I guess ask Rich, right, anyways.
I don't know. That'd be his question.
would we be, what are we doing now to collect billing?
Well, we have a new company that's taken on the new billing since, so they're doing their own billing and collections.
Started up at a certain point and then this is like,
Yeah, and that company, they were for a while, and I don't know if they're receiving anything, they'd receive stuff, or receive money, and then they would send it to our bank to deposit, but we haven't gotten any updated reports from them in ages to know if they've even been posting any of that to patient accounts.
So that was my next question, do we have any idea what this previous company has lost of our money?
No idea how much they've
We
collected.
have no way to know.
No. We have a lot of money that we have received that is not posted to patient accounts, a lot.
So we don't even know where it goes.
So we don't know.
We don't have access to post it to it, like,
So, but we don't know on top of it if they lost 100,000 of ours, 20,000 of ours, $1,000 of ours.
They might have collected it and didn't, and kept it. How do we know?
Well, I doubt they'd be that blatant to just keep.
yeah,
the
no,
money.
I don't think they
The
did that.
problem is they're getting checks, they just throw them in the bank account and then we don't know. Somebody comes in to pay their bill, assuming they already paid last month's bill or months ago, I guess, cause now we've been on the other one for a little while.
Well, I'm thinking this.
And we don't have any record of it, cause they just threw it in the bank and didn't tell us what or who it's for.
It's a good case for,
I'm thinking it's almost gonna have to be a closed session deal when you get on the county board, but I'll make a motion that we forward this to county board for discussion.
okay, then a motion by Jim to forward the item of the ambulance billing to the county board.
Second.
Further action. Second by Phil. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Those opposed say no. Motion carries, so budgeting software to utilize the 26 budget process.
Okay, so, this fall, Sky and I met with several different vendors that have like what they call budget book and online budget process, or more of a budgeting software. Right now our process is very manual. We have spreadsheets that we update, and send those out to all the departments, in June, tell them they need to get them back to us in July. And then we take, their data, and then we have to copy it and paste it into our workbooks that have live feeds to our accounting software, so that live data, pulls in and we can update that as we go. And as you guys have seen, our budget document is not, it's black and white, kind of hard to navigate. I mean, you can find what you're looking for, but it's not the most useful tool. So we met with some different, companies, and the one we like best is, I attached ClearGov here.
Now,
And they,
Now, would this be something, if ClearGov does it, I could access their spreadsheets on like ours, if we wanted to look at the budgets, we could actually go on there and like, board members would have access to that too.
what are you looking for, I guess?
So if I wanna go on somebody's budget and look at the budget, rather than waiting until we're done with the budgeting process, or going through it here, if I just wanna go on that spreadsheet, I can't, because it messes you up, right? Cause I could accidentally
Right, so we
open
can,
a number.
I'm sure there's a way to set up inquiry access. Yes. I'm sure there's a way to set up inquiry access, or to add to it, run
Just
an
make
access.
sure that we can have inquiry access before we.
Well, I'm sure there is a way. It might be cause, more users. I can't remember for sure if this one had, user fees or not, but I don't think so. I think this is just the fee. And you set up the access to what people, set up your department so they only have access to these budgets, and you forward it. It's like an electronic workflow. And then you also have, and I was gonna let me find an email from George here. But we're not looking to, I didn't put this into our 2024 budget. So I'm looking to budget for it in 2025 if you guys approve it, but, he asked me to bring it to you today because we have like a 60-day out. So if you approve this today, we wouldn't be locked in until January of 2024. So this would be for 2025, using the budgeting software in 2025, but it would lock in the rates now, and it would guarantee our, spot in the queue of the implementation. But let me show you, he sent me a link to City of Menasha, one of their, just so you kind of understand what the end product will look like. So this is a budget book that they do this is City of Menasha, so they, it's much more functional. It's more than just the financial data. And you can also export it, and it'll send you an email with, if you would rather just have a PDF and not use the more interactive. They also have, the capital improvement plan, debt. And I can send you guys the link for it too, but then there's also like kind of built-in, dynamic tables, that you have control over what data you wanna present and what, how you wanna present it, cause you can change it to a different type of chart. But it would cut out a lot of the redundancies with having to have all these separate spreadsheets and copy and paste and. But it is a lot of money.
How much is it again?
So it is
1999 or 92,516, says it there.
17,120, right?
17,120 per year, and we would have a one-time implementation cost as well.
How much did you say?
17,120 per year, and that's what it would be for 2025. And then we'd also have the 4,320 implementation, because they have to, set up, get our accounts mapped into their system, kind of get a template set up for our budget document.
And what are we paying what's it cost now?
Right now, really nothing, because it's just our staff and our time doing it all in Excel.
Whatever Microsoft Excel or, a Microsoft account costs, right?
Well, we need that regardless,
That's
so.
the Excel.
So if you do sign off on this today, it does not lock us in, you know, we have 60 days, you know, as long as we get 60 days notice that we are not going to, you know, if we don't build it into the budget for 2025, we have 60, you know, we have a 60-day out. But this would lock in our, the rate. And I didn't bring the other quotes with, but the other ones were higher and they weren't as functional.
Is this something that's you find widely used in our state?
Yes, a lot of, governments are kind of switching to more of that online budget book, they call it. They have budgeting software. The thing that would be most convenient for my office is that, you know, you take your chart of accounts and your balances and you just dump it into this instead of, right now we have 20 different spreadsheets, and some of those spreadsheets have 40 tabs that, you have to work through. So it would save us time in that sense. It would be.
It looks like it'd save a lot of time.
And I think it would provide a more useful tool as well.
If we did this, would we be doing something on our website too, so the public could kind of look at, you know, the different, you know, what to buy or something
This, yeah, we would have basically this for the county.
for the public too, like on
Yeah.
the
Oh,
website?
yeah, this is a public document right here that I'm looking at.
So you can take something like that and tie it to the website or whatever and show the
Yeah, there'd be a
budget
link
for
right,
each department.
to this, like this is, yeah, and then they have,
And we'd be guaranteed we'd have access to the budget spreadsheet somehow as a
well,
user.
you're not gonna have access to change things. You'd have access to
Right,
view.
but right now I don't have access to view things, right?
We put them all out on the Z drive,
Did you change them as we changed the budget every time?
yeah.
They wouldn't have
They weren't-
the
they weren't all
individual
changed.
pages?
Well, I mean, no, I didn't change those, no.
Right.
Like in the final budget document.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That'll be different.
Yeah, it would look like this.
the problem with budgeting as a committee member is if I can only look at that when our 8 hours of budgeting time, how am I gonna make a decision when I got this much information rammed down my head all at once, when I can't look at that throughout the year? If we're gonna go with something like that, we need to have,
And you can't look at it throughout the year,
Right.
those.
I do not have access to the finance drive to where I can go on the Excel spreadsheets with the budgets, correct?
Well, there's on the Z drive, every month, there's new budget spreadsheets put out there for the departments.
But when we're doing our budgeting process, I can't look at that ahead of time.
Well, you can contact those departments and ask them to send you what they
Right,
have.
so then every month I can contact every department. I'm at my home at.
Yeah,
4
well,
p.m.
and this would provide that functionality, yes.
Right, that's something I would wanna make sure is on there, because how are you supposed to, as a committee, make a decision when you don't have access to that without being really superly inconvenient? And then, I might be in the evening when I do my work, cause my day job is not at the county, so the county workers are sleeping when I'm emailing them.
So, and to go on with what he was just saying, would this give us, as say, finance committee or board members, a little more access to see more of a real-time budget on each department as the year kind of goes along too?
No, this would just be for preparing it like the next year's budget.
So you can't use it to, as you put expenses in for a department, to show where they're at for the year against their budget, say, so to speak?
No, but we have reports, like, out on the Z drive, every month, there's, monthly budget, each department gets monthly budget, updates. I'm trying to think of where they are here, maybe they just get emailed to those departments. But each department gets emailed this every month for their budgets. That shows, you know, where they're at year to date. I thought those were saved on the Z drive, but they might not be, but they certainly can be.
They're not on the Z drive currently.
I thought they were, but I don't see them out there, so they might not be. But each department gets those emailed to them.
That come off your current software, right?
Yeah, but you have to have the license for the software on your computer in order to be able to pull live data, but you can pull those, you know, if you have My Viewpoint, you can get all the board members set up at My Viewpoint. You can run reports in there anytime you want, based on current year data.
If the report's already being run and sent out to the department head, it might not be a bad idea to put it in the Z drive.
Yeah, we can.
Make it more convenient
Or
rather
the
than,
department heads can just grab them from the Z drive, and we'll just update them once a month, and
or that'd be how you send them to them.
It's too bad you can't do more with this though. Like we were just talking,
Well,
have those
like-
monthlies up there and like maybe
So,
even have a graph
the
associated with it.
reason
where
this
you
one
did that.
is cheaper than the other ones is because it doesn't have a live feed into your software system. So, you export it, you know, and I actually kind of prefer it that way for budgeting purposes, because then you know what's getting changed between the last time you looked at that budget document and this time, because if it just automatically live feeds in, then you kind of have to relook at every single one of those pages to see, like, okay, is that 6 month and 12 months still, like the 12-month projection still accurate based on that 6 month actual, because you don't know what's getting updated in there. But if you have to like pull out a data file from your software and import that, you can easily just do a change formula and see like, oh, this one changed a lot, I'd better revisit that budget document and make sure that that's still accurate. But our My Viewpoint software that we use every day it manages that, you know, you can run reports for your current budget cycle year to date.
Is that how the budget or the department heads get theirs, is basically you run a bunch of, reports and then email them to them?
No, they can log into not a lot of them use the reports in My Viewpoint, but,
Well, you said you'd get something emailed to them every month.
oh yeah, this is what gets emailed to them every month, but we can just save it on the Z drive, you know, by such and such a date every month, and they can just grab it from there.
Is that from a report you're running?
No, this has live, so this one isn't, this is a spreadsheet, and then the one that we use to update every month has live feeds in it to our software, so we convert that document. And I'll show you the formulas in here. So this is the one that, you know, we use, and see how it says like get account balance. Those are formulas that are only gonna work for us, because we have the license on our computers for Cassell, which is our ERP software. So we convert this, and if you watch these numbers, something will probably update here. So I'm hitting convert, and see how those numbers just updated. Then we save an archive copy, which breaks those links, and then email that out. Problem with the budget, like budget documents, is that if you're, in order to archive it, to email it out, you have to update all of them, close out of it, save them all to a completely different location, because there's other.
And then if you make a change it on this one, 3 Excel spreadsheets from now might be tied into that one,
Well,
right?
there's other, like, there's some documents that we use that have formulas that are tied between workbooks. So if you create that copy,
It's
then
not
it screws
updated.
up, it's just screws up that whole
Right.
summary. So,
And you understand where I'm coming from, if I'm trying to go through the budget, and I can't do that, and I understand why. I don't know if there's a way to give access, that everything I have at work, you can give access to just certain people to where they can't change anything. But maybe our Excel works differently here.
we'd have to lock down the tabs, and then we'd have to enter a password every time we wanna make a change in there, and
Can't you send it to
My-
individuals or read only?
Yeah, my user is set
yeah,
up to
but-
read only on certain things.
yeah, but we would have to break those formulas, because if they send it to you with these formulas in there, you're not gonna be able to read it, it's just gonna get a bunch of reference errors.
If it's on a drive, I should be able to, shouldn't I?
No, because you don't have a license in the access in the system, you have to be like set up in the system as a user.
So if I was
of
licensed in the
software.
system, you could set me up as read only.
Yeah, but we're not gonna do that, because we only have so many licenses, and you can't lock down the access, once they have that My Excel, you can't lock down the access to what they can pull from the system. I can't lock it down where you can't pull social security numbers if you had that access, so we can't just give everybody that access.
You can if you have the document with social securities as read only.
But,
You don't have to lock down the whole drive, you
no,
can lock down
it's,
certain files.
I don't think you're understanding how the My Excel works. So, if you have My Excel, in order to be able to see those numbers, you have to have My Excel. Even as read-only, you have to have My Excel. If you have My Excel, I can't lock down which formulas you can use. So if you have My
Your
Excel, you have,
key is different than the rest of the keys, what
Right.
you're saying, okay.
so if you have the My Excel key, in order to be able to access those documents, you would be able to pull pretty much any of the underlying data from our accounting software, which has a lot of information that's not public records.
So you can see where this becomes a problem, obviously. There's no way to give me access, but how do you make good decisions without having that access?
So, what I'm asking for is the software. If,
But you'll be able to update that software during the budgeting process yourself.
yes, it would just be like I export a trial balance.
How about when we're going through the budget process, will you be able to, like do it just like you do now?
Yeah, I imagine that we'd update it like weekly, but it's just, then you know exactly which numbers are changing. Yeah, rather than it, the live feed, you might not realize.
Departments would still be filling out, forms like they do today, or?
No, it's routed electronically, so, once we get we'd have to enter in the payroll data and stuff for them. And so instead of emailing them a spreadsheet, it's an electronic workflow, so we would say, okay, here's your 2024 budgets, fill in these dollar amounts. So put in your proposed amount, and then they have a spot for notes, and then it comes back for review, and then we'll look at that within our office, bring it to the committees, they present it to their committee, you can have different levels of approval within it.
Right? That's what we're doing now.
Right, it's just, routed electronically, and then once you're done, it'll feed into the, budget book.
See any possible disadvantage?
The cost.
Cost.
But at least with this, then we actually could get the access to all that,
Always a
budgets.
So I don't know, what's your thoughts?
Well, the current price here, quarter is 17,000 something, or 4,000 like for a setup.
Yes. Yep, so it'd be 4,320 for the one-time setup, and then 17,120 for the first year of service.
So, and this has to be acted on before the end of the year
Yes,
for those prices?
yes. But this is to implement, I told them that we would not be looking to implement this until 2025, so it'd be like, the first budget cycle that we would actually use this for would be 2026, because I did not include it in my 2024 budget.
What happens to our data if we cancel service?
Well, it's not really their data, because we, we'd have the budget exported, so it's the dollar amounts, we'd lose the functionality of this program, but we wouldn't, they're not really housing our data or like archiving it for us. We would have all of that in-house still.
Still on the spreadsheets.
Well, we import that budget into our software once it gets approved.
During the budgeting process, it still won't be on there.
Right, but we're not gonna quit with that software in the middle of the budgeting process.
No, but I'm saying, so it wouldn't help me as far as what I wanna do with the budget, looking at that ahead of time. But I won't be able to see your budget sheets on there either.
Yeah,
So I could,
there's a different module that's the financial side of it, like the data, where you enter in the data. Yeah. But what you were asking is what happens if we don't go with them anymore, do we lose all of our data? Well, the only like true data that they would, they're not really, the only
Right.
true data they would have is this publication document.
so, yeah, so the reason I went from data to not having access is because then you said, well, they're still on a spreadsheet, so then I'm like, well, the spreadsheets I don't have access to, so.
Okay, I didn't know what you meant by access, I thought you meant like
The
we could.
spreadsheets would be automatically going up there all the time, so I could look at anytime you
We
guys.
wouldn't have the spreadsheets anymore. If we got this, we wouldn't have those spreadsheets anymore.
And I could look at that at any time, I wouldn't have to go
Right,
through you to look at them, I could just go on there and log on and it'd be on there, or not have you export a document for me to look at, but then the next time it's updated, you'd have to redo that again, this would just automatically
right,
be up there.
yeah.
So you're saying we'd be able to look at invoices on here?
Not on here, but I can get you access into my viewpoint if you wanna be able to pull up invoices, yeah, I'll get you set up on that. I can do that tomorrow.
I'm having a hard time, maybe I'm just being really thick today, but I'm having a hard time, I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out how this really benefits you, other than if it would be a labor thing.
Yeah, it's really just the labor for me. It will, having a budget document like this would help provide transparency, it would make it easier for people to navigate, to look for
And that's
certain
what's hard
budgets.
about this, because unless you see it almost in action, how do you,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah,
why
and
I
I
can't get my
thought-
head wrapped around it.
Here's like the general fund summary, but where's the actual budget? Sorry, he just sent me this one this week, but it's not the best.
So that's a summary of their entire revenue right there? Is that what we're looking at, just,
This here is the general fund summary.
and we would have the same type of things up there on ours?
Yes, yep,
Right.
here's like tax, here's more what you see, like here's the general ledger account number, what was budgeted for 2023. What the
So someone
projected
could get-
actually end up being.
If someone wanted to go on there, okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out here, so
Mhm.
someone can go on from the public, and without having to wade through all of the stuff that we do, they
Yeah,
can just
find
go
that
and get a
page.
snapshot of a department or
Mm-hmm,
the county in general.
yes.
Okay.
So this is, kind of more of the budget, but then, you add tables in between.
Graphs are good.
And then you can export.
So now you'd wanna lock lock in something this year yet?
Yes, if we lock this in by the end of this year, we can lock in these rates, otherwise the rates will go up in 2024. So this
Do you know
locks in.
how much they're going up?
Yeah, it'd be nice to know, is it 2%, is it 10%?
Well, we got the 60-day cancellation thing. We could always cancel it
We
January
price it
5th.
after the first of the year?
Do they get their, yeah, do they get rates on the first? That might be the time we're like, yeah, let's cancel. Like $5 more.
Oh, we have the opportunity to cancel it anyway.
I mean, and with these other vendors, there was one, and I wasn't real fond of their software, but, you know, when I told them, I said, we're not looking to implement until 2025. It's, you know, it's not in our 2024 budget, and there's one, well, if you implement this year yet, we'll give you this kind of discount, and it's like, you're not listening to us,
I
but,
already did the budget, I wasn't.
so if you guys even say it, like, I mean,
I think we got some salesmen out there that need to buy some Christmas
I
gifts,
think
yeah.
you could say, you know, my committee really liked it, but they think that's too much to spend. If you knock 2,000 off, they,
They're gonna be
go
refundable.
for it. I mean, what's
We
the,
cancel, so you
what do we have to lose?
gotta pay it back. You know what I mean? Yeah.
My cookies back.
Huh?
Well, I know I don't do the work, so.
Yeah, me neither.
I guess,
I'm looking at it from the public aspect, I mean, you know, where that's laid out right there, that's pretty simple for the average person to go on and go, okay, here's where my money goes.
Everybody
Yeah, it
likes
spells it out
those
very
pie
well.
charts.
I graphs, yeah.
I like it when it's actual pie.
I'm up there.
Pizza.
That's what they're talking about when you want a bigger piece of the pie.
I mean, if you guys wanna hold off for now too, and say we'll revisit in January, I can have him give me a price for January and see what he can do.
well, if you got the 60-day out, you could do it this year and then still.
Well, yeah,
I know
we would really have until, you know, October, you know, we could be working on the 2025 budget and decide whether or not we can really build it into the budget, you know, if we sign off on this now. But if we wait till January, I mean, I'm sure that the prices are gonna go up, I don't know.
Actually, if we should book it if we book it this far ahead, they should let you start it a couple months early, then you can start at the end of the 24 budget process.
And try to build that in, that would be.
Even if you just put the basic things in.
Yeah, this would give us access in January of 24, and we really wouldn't have to start with input too much until, usually we start in May or June. So it gives us plenty of time to get it built.
24 or 25? January 25.
Sorry, 25.
Okay.
25, sorry.
I don't know.
I have no objection to it, so.
Okay, I mean,
I don't see one either. I think it's one of those things you're not gonna know what you,
right, if we decide it's not in the budget, you know, we'd have to make a decision in like October. But by then, we should kind of be able to hammer things out anyway, we'll have to have the budget publication done.
okay, so what if October comes around? You said 60 days.
60 days from implementation.
60 days, okay, so
Yeah.
you have till February
I'm pretty sure.
of 25?
24.
Yes,
25.
yeah, it says, okay,
Not to cancel.
either party provides written notice of its desire to not renew at least 60 days
24,
prior to the
yes.
end of the then current annual term. So the way he, and I can verify that with him, cause I'll have to have, Brandy sign something if we do move forward with this. So, and he'll have to give me the paperwork to sign. But the way I understood it, it was 60 days before the start of the year, so this would be, you know, we'd be implementing on January, start date January 1st, 2025. So we would have 60 days before January 1st, 2025, we'd have to give at least 60 days notice prior to that. So, but we just have to sign up, in order to lock these prices in, we have to agree to it by the end of this year.
The 60-day cancellation, is that the first 2 months, it's 24.
It's prior to the start of the next term, and so since our term would be starting on January 1st, 2025,
We should
be
have
60
until the
days
end
prior
of
to that.
September of 24 to cancel this.
end of October, really.
Well, yeah.
So,
I mean, I'll make the motion with the clarification that we have until October 1st or whatever to cancel, whatever date you wanna use there.
And I have a meeting with him tomorrow morning, so. But yeah, it says right there that,
Cause then it gives us some time to see how the budget process works too, and you got your price locked in.
yeah, we know exactly how much it's gonna cost, cause we had meetings with them all this fall, but they're like, it kinda messing around on the price, and they, were really kinda trying to push us, and I said I didn't wanna.
I mean, unless you want me to use a different date other than October 1st in my
Well-
motion. Want me to do October 20th?
I would say.
That would get us through the October 25th?
Yeah, October.
Get us through the October finance meeting, or was that
Yeah,
on finance?
yeah. We'll
Okay.
probably have several October finance meetings.
So I'll say October 25th, I'll make the motion to approve this with the understanding that we can,
We have until.
back out of it by October 25th to 24th.
Okay, a motion by Jim, is there a second? Second?
Yeah,
Second by Tony. Okay, any other discussion?
I would like to amend that to make sure that you verify that county board members will have access to budget documents. It sounds like this is gonna do what I want, this is gonna be better for me, but if it's not, that's the reason I'm for it.
Okay, you wanna just add that to your motion?
I can do that. You can change my words, I'm okay with that.
What words in your mouth?
Okay with you, Tony?
Yep, fine.
All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay,
And Randy, I'll have a document for you to sign for that next, I'll bring it to county board on Tuesday.
number 10 is LAT
What
CF
was it? October what?
Forward County Board.
What was it, October?
Nothing there?
25th, they said.
What is that, Neil?
No, I felt that
Local
gave us
area tribal.
time for an October finance meeting or
funds.
whatever.
It's like ARPA, but with no timeline, we have $100,000.
Old damn set. Approve invoices.
Why?
I haven't seen it.
There's only 2 in the green folder that we can.
So far, I only had 2 things, so I'm good.
I would just say yes because of
I
seven
gotta find-
fact anyway.
A couple of,
I looked over.
And he's already charged and paid for it.
audio architects, 80427.
Well, but it's still valuable to keep it on, because it might be nothing real.
Good question, but what do you?
Berkey, Jim, do you know, Berkey truck, we bought probably a truckload of
Circumstances we've,
blades,
it was like for the road.
blades for plows and stuff.
I know.
Do we normally buy that much? $50,000. Probably get them cheaper by buying them that way, so, but
Well, I have not seen this until now.
What's that?
90 carbide blades, 40 rubber blades, 4 mounting, whatever. I gotta looking at a different ARPA one right now, but Right.
So that was the courtroom 2 upgrades. The audio architects one.
we approved that to ARPA?
Yep.
Okay. I remember discussing it, I just didn't remember. That was all out of our pocket, or was some of that state? That was all ours?
Yes, so initially, well, okay, hold on, and Jim can elaborate on this too if we need to. Initially, we were gonna just do the DAR project, the digital audio recording, and the state provided all the hardware for that. So, we had approved this 4,218, I got the resolution up on the screen here. But then they came back and asked for more because that was only for recording, it didn't provide system for Zoom, and so then they couldn't hear each other. So then it was approved for this additional, ARPA.
The other question I had, there was a check out to Brandon Coco. This is 101 hours on the pavilion, and but it says, disaster trails, is that part of that?
That was the pavilion at Trails End. So the initial contractor that we approved to do that pavilion had subcontractors that he wasn't calling subcontractors, so the property committee approved paying 3 different individuals instead of the one contractor that was initially approved to do the project.
But it comes out of the disaster fund?
So that's where all the ARPA funds are accounted for, is in that
Oh,
fund.
okay.
Yep.
Was the invoice for the city of Ladysmith, 3433-01027, addressed the property?
3433-0.
Dash 01027.
The 11,000.
1,841.10.
Not really. Was Ashley did it? No. No.
So what is this, what building is this for again?
The hospital.
Was that water bill?
Yes.
From July to October, $11,841. So this was approved at property? Or where did this come through? Utilities come through here?
I'm trying to say, I'm not that's in the wind down funds. I'm not sure if that showed up on the property approval report actually.
I think that's where it's coming out of, is wind down.
Yes, yeah, I just don't know if the wind down, if that account makes it come through
It's
to,
supposed to be billed to Oz.
No. No. No, Haas doesn't pay utilities, we do.
So if we decide to cut the water off, then what happens to Oz?
They can't perform the job we hire them to do.
What?
Then they can't perform the job we hire them to do. No, it was not on the property payment.
yeah, I think that because it's hospital, the old building related, that's actually falls under, like those expenses fall under this committee. Because it's not.
How long are we supposed to keep it on?
They need it for the asbestos abatement.
I understand. Through the freezing weather?
Yeah, I think Jason said, Gary gave an update. I think Jason said they were like 75% done with asbestos.
I'm just wondering, what happens if we get a freeze up? That's the water line or something.
Well, hey, if the water lines break after it's froze, they're not getting reused one way or another.
Yeah, but what if they,
So they're gonna have to figure out another way to haul water in.
That's what I'm saying.
well, yeah, but we need to make sure they get shut off if they do break.
Yeah, the water needs to be shut off. So we can't shut off the water right now.
Well, just to be clear, we don't believe this expense is Haas's doing.
But we don't know if something broke, or we don't know. I guess I'm asking for an
It's our
explanation.
understanding that the toilet valves were left open. That's what we were told.
That they were just running 24/7.
Well,
I would like to see this addressed by property.
what do you do?
I'd like an explanation as to why we got $11,841 water bill on an empty building.
Because the tanks were left running.
Well, I know, but was it a mechanical failure? I mean, which I'm assuming right now, was it?
It was a combination of things, I believe, but,
That's a lot
they
of
were
water.
found toilets running, but they didn't check them all. I mean, just, Gary Schultz gave us a report on it. that's what he said, he found, but yet, at the same time, he did not, go into make an effort, if you wanna call it, to shut the water off in one of them rooms, that boiler room or whatever. There's a valve shut off for the whole damn building. That was left on all that time, so the toilets were left running.
So are things shut down, I guess, okay. Are things shut down to the point where we won't have toilets overflowing again?
We're supposed to shut it off whenever not, Oz right now, the way it stands, Oz is supposed to shut the water off in that boiler room, whatever they call it, there's a shut off in there. They're supposed to shut the water off anytime I'm not using it.
Because I'm thinking the way those lines run in a building like that, there's gotta be a way to like, come into a bathroom, shut off a main, going into the bathroom, turn all those toilets off in that room, things like that, there's gotta
Shut
be.
off, yeah.
Yeah, so if they need water for the job they're doing, they should be able to be limited to where that water comes from, and they can run some garden hoses.
I think you should be able to, should run it off that main shut off valve, just like a fire hydrant.
Well,
And that's what's happening now.
okay, so in other words, I guess my question is, this won't happen again?
Shouldn't happen again.
Would the city be involved in, shutting off their mains to that thing so it don't freeze, or?
I don't think their mains would freeze, they're far enough below ground. And once they're done with the asbestos abatement,
There's no need for water out there.
yeah, so once they're done with the asbestos abatement, that water will be shut off completely, but right now, I think it's shut off to an isolation valve. So even if a water line did break in the building, it's not gonna keep pumping water through.
Would it be our responsibility to call the city, or inform the city that,
Oh, yeah, when we're ready to shut it off, yes.
has that been done?
No, because we're not ready to shut it off yet.
Is that tied in with the clinic too?
No, they're separate meters.
They still, Clinic still has some of the water on, a lot of them get shut off. Individual, rooms or whatever. But overall, the building's still got water in it, and it's got heat.
How's that set up with Haas over here? I see we got some here now. They're just kind of billing as they go along type thing.
Yep, they're doing progress billing.
You know, to your point, Randy, about Burke, here's some H&L Masabi 15 grater blades, 10 blades for $5,800 for the highway.
Well, I know those blades are not cheap,
But this is 25 and we're, okay, there's another 3 of them here for $2,000. And yours was,
Well, some of them might be greater blades rather
it must about a year's supply or something.
than
well,
truck.
that's about, that should be plenty for the graders, what I just read off. I'm still trying to figure out this Burke thing that, Randy brought up for the 50 grand. Burke truck and equipment. Unless that's something different for, geez, 90 carbide blades.
I think that must be for the belly dump. The belly.
I'm thinking, yeah,
On gravel trucks.
I'm thinking those belly blades and probably the wing plows and,
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of blades out there, that's for sure.
And then there's also some for the grader. They have,
kinda odd for them all to need replacing at the same time, I guess would be my question. I don't
I think
it's
they,
on the radar.
basically, I think what they do is they wear out a complete set of season
Well,
or more.
that could very well be, because when I asked Gary about, remember, the plow truck blades, he only got like which was surprising to me, he only got, what the hell was it that time? We got that truck in like February or March or something, and they were wore out already, and he had to put a new set on this summer. So those only lasted a couple months, 3 months. So, I bet you the plow truck,
Blacktop is right now.
they might only get, maybe they don't even get a month out of those things on the highway trucks. I'll have to quiz them.
Well, anyway.
Am I seeing things, or do we have more quick trip charges on here this month?
I got my page open to that too, and we spend a lot at Quick Trip. Why? Well, I know, for instance, the Hummer, we fuel that up at Quick Trip. Why wouldn't we take the Hummer over to the highway shop and fill it up with gas?
Good question.
Stay out of that murder, right?
How much?
I was figuring this out, I just picked one out at random, well, it was 14.116 gallons at $42.44. Well, that figured out to $3, $2.99 something, and then we got a 71-cent credit. Well, that only figures out to like $2.94 or something, I figured out. Well, I think our highway shop gas is cheaper than that.
I don't know, this is, I mean, it tells the car,
What are you looking for?
we've seen a lot of Quick Trip this month.
Oh. So, the sheriff's department, they have like a fleet account with Quick Trip that they utilize quite a bit.
I was just, you were out, but I was just commenting, I figured just pick one out at random, and there was 14.116 gallons, it was $42.44. Well, that figured out to like $2.99 something. And then we got a 71-cent credit. Well, that
Oh, yeah,
gone
so-
to, it came down like $2.94, $2.95. So, we're not saving anything there.
Well, gas, I mean, you gotta think, of what date was that gas purchased to? What, you gotta think about what gas prices were on that day that it was purchased too, cause they can fluctuate.
$2.99. Well, yeah, it was $2.99 for quite a while. But that's all the stations, but
Mhm.
our highway shop, I'm sure was cheaper than that.
Yeah, highway doesn't have, theirs is, it's not, the 88, is it 90? The octane on highways is,
There's, I think they run the 91,
yeah, they run the 91 there, so,
which is fine.
yeah,
They can run 91 in these vehicles, if it's cheaper, it ain't gonna hurt nothing.
yeah, but the highway rates aren't always cheaper, and that 71-cent credit, so they get, you know, they buy, the amounts on the receipts that they get from Quick Trip don't match up with what we actually get charged, because we get like a rebate on the bill for having their fleet account, so.
much, like, credit card rewards or whatever.
Yeah, so that first number that you see is what is charged on the receipt, but then that 71 cents is the rebate that's associated, you know, it gets allocated to that particular charge. So, you know, I think they mostly use Quick Trip for convenience, you know, maybe if they're stopping in.
Do they go to the highway shop if it's cheaper?
I don't know that they pay that much attention to it.
I've seen squad cars out at the highway shop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do utilize it too, but the highway shop charges aren't gonna show up on your payment approval report, because that's done through a departmental charge or transfer.
But I do believe their gas is cheaper, cause they buy it in bulk.
But you can pull, like, if you ever, in case, you can pull up the fuel charges, journal entries in my viewpoint. I think it's usually like, let's see, maybe $30,000.
This is pretty much the same car.
Which,
That one probably gets a lot of donuts.
I'm thinking,
I can look up which-
we have a deputy that lives over west,
yeah, what's the,
and I
does
think
it have a
before
squad
he,
number on it?
it's an Explorer B70 number 3.
Okay.
You got me started.
I think it's one individual that just, that lives over that way. which, that makes sense, but he must just been working,
B70,
you know. It's all, I mean, there's a handful of others, but it's mainly one vehicle.
I don't know if you know this one, but.
Yeah, you're right, Jim, I never noticed that, yeah, B70, there's.
He lives in Bruce.
Oh. Well then, I don't know. I thought we had a deficit with over towards Cameron or something, cause we had a.
Yeah, but B70 belongs to us, or is Joe.
Anybody have any other questions on the invoices?
I like a motion approved.
We got a motion by Tony to approve the invoices, is there a second? Second by Phil. Any more questions, Jim? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. So, any out of county travel?
No, I just have one that I need Tony to sign, that went from property last week, but it doesn't have to come here.
That one's for Gary, you mean?
Yeah,
That's already been signed, hasn't it?
no,
No, we didn't sign it.
We need a motion on that one?
no, no. So I'll write down my name.
Okay, treasurer's report, do you know if there was anything?
Did she send you guys anything?
I didn't see it. Well, she puts it on the Z drive and I don't know.
Oh,
I can't get the Z
Okay,
drive.
well, I'll tell her to start emailing it to you.
Or sign it too.
Do I need to sign that one for?
I mean, you should.
That's for Gary's.
You know where it goes.
Yeah, but.
Alright, oh yeah, no.
Ashley, do you have anything?
Sure, so there's a resolution coming to the board Tuesday night from personnel, allowing the admin assistant in our land conservation department to, tap into up to 30% of levy dollars to fund that position. When it was originally created, it was supposed to just be grant funded. So worst case scenario, if that grant were to go away and we needed to supplement with other grants, it would be up to 30% of levy to
What
keep that
position was
position.
that?
The administrative assistant in LCDD. So that's from personnel, that's a little bit of a fiscal impact possibly if we were to lose that grant.
His explanation to us was there was no issues this coming year, and he believed also in 25, but he was just trying to be proactive.
Yeah, initially in what he had proposed for his 2024 budget was not that case, so that's kind of what sparked all of this.
Keep it here too.
Ad hoc construction, they will be meeting again in January to discuss paring down the design and the budget. The demolition continues at the old hospital. It's very interesting to see if you wanna drive out there. I was out there today. They've got fences up so you can't, go in, but, some of the guys were out there, chat them up a little bit, but it's interesting to see the progress if you care.
my daycare's on the other side of the river, and so like on the river side, they're just like dumping stuff out one of those doors, and it's piled right up to that upper story. It just looks like the building's just like.
Yeah.
I'll take a picture.
And then officially today, Rusk County has acquired the Marshfield Clinic building. All of the paperwork was signed, the money was transferred, so we now have ownership of the clinic. I did a final walkthrough with Mike out there. We exchanged keys, got those to Gary. He sent me an update that he and Ian went through. Everything looked fine. They did turn the water valves off. They turned the thermostats down to 50. The fire alarm box seems to be in working condition. They turned most of the lights off and made sure that the doors were locked. So we'll address at county board on Tuesday night, what the plans are for that building. There is a company that's interested in leasing the building from us through about May. And they would also like use of the parking lots to the north. It would be a temporary lease, but still working out those details. He and I are gonna meet Monday, and I'll have that for you at county board on Tuesday night. So that's all I got.
What company is that?
As far as the joint management items, we did talk about the library there a little bit. There's no heat in the basement over there at this point, but they're supposed to put a boiler in this week. There are 2 boilers down there, they're gonna replace one, and, so hopefully there'll be some. Okay,
I don't know if you wanted to.
oh, okay. Do you have any, CDs that are coming up?
I feel like we just had.
Interest rates are going up,
Still
at
hanging.
least for a while, and
Yeah, I feel like one of these ADM ones we just renewed.
5% is not uncommon to me, so.
Yeah. I feel like one of these ADM ones just renewed.
Yeah, they're at 5. Well, she appears to be keeping up with it. Our sales tax was up nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, anything from you, Connie? Same shit, different day, huh?
Well, elections are on their way, so, and then we had some election training, we did 2 nights of that, and that was good. So, we are selling 2024 dog license, so come on in.
Okay, do you have anything else then, Jamie?
No, just still working through all the insurance renewals. It seems like every week there's another renewal that they're sending me. I've got all the different policies, so. Yeah, getting ready to work on W-2s and 1099s and all that year end reporting.
This is your crazy part of the year.
Well, yeah, it kind of starts it and then it pretty much goes through October.
Okay, number 19 is future committee meetings. You wanna meet next month, same time? or-
Yeah, so the
Oh,
third
well,
Thursday
not
would be,
we're out of schedule today, so.
yeah, so the third Thursday would be the 18th.
It's what?
The 18th.
Okay.
I gotta get the new calendar up there. We do have one, I'll get it up there.
That's okay. So yeah, January 18th would be the third Thursday then? Yeah, so that would be, we'd be back on schedule then, 3 o'clock, is that it? Is that okay with everybody?
3 PM works good for me.
Me too, sorry to say. I know it doesn't for you guys, but thank you for accommodating. I know it's not the.
It was a nice day today.
I know. It was so nice and like, of all the days to come to finance meeting at 3 o'clock, I'm like, gonna be doing something else, but it's what it is.
All right, does anybody have anything else to bring up? So if there's nothing else, we will stand adjourned. We need to sign these,